Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the respected dignitaries, distinguished speakers, honorable participants, and the loving audience, all beautiful people present here from all around the globe. I, Miss Nada Ratkovic, IIU board member, country director, IIU Croatia, the president of Research Center, welcome you all to the second international conference on recent trends in multidisciplinary scientific research on the topic innovation research in multidisciplinary fields. The day two, the event for all the educators, all the science, all the researchers, all the academicians, and all the scholars around the globe, organized by one and unique international internship university, IIU Research Center. Yes, research plays a very important role in the process of discovering new knowledge, development of new concepts, advancement of existing knowledge, theories leading to a new understanding that was not previously known. Today, we will learn a lot of new things. So, research is not limited to any one field and have been done for almost every. First, I want to welcome the master of the conference, great student scholar Mihail Alexandru Stanescu from Romania and Yamal Pirzada from Pakistan. Also, I'm pleased and honored to present our organizer, International Internship University, IIU, is a leading virtual education system and global brand confederation, which is the most valuable and trusted worldwide and well reputed in delivering innovative programs. Globally, it is a trusted name for quality training programs and is committed to provide better and virtual education to the all young learners of the globe. IIU is metamorphosing the conventional education system by cutting down the additional costs and providing access to more than 1,000 plus courses and internships to their e-learners across the globe with the help of its 1,000 plus global educators. In a short span of time, IIU has spread its wings in 195 countries and 6 continents under the strong leadership of its visionary founder. Yes, Mr. Piyush Pandit, sir, a committed and inspiring social activist, a passionate educationist from the last 2 decades, providing education to students from various social and cultural backgrounds. IIU has formed its councils, namely Women Entrepreneurs Council, International Student Development Council, International Youth Development Council, International Council of Educators, and yes, IIU Research Center. The main objective behind the councils is to provide support in every respect to the students, youths, women entrepreneurs, educators, science researchers, academicians. IIU is coming every day with new events, education, projects, and you are all invited to be part of it. Be the change with IIU. Research Center by IIU is a unique hub establishment founded to provide research facilities by the visionary educationist Sir Piyush Pandit. It gives an opportunity to all researchers, authors, educators, students, scholars across the globe and enhances the research opportunities, academic excellence, real-world problem solving, and knowledge and creating and dissemination. The high caliber global educators team is dedicated to it. Research at IIU Research is the careful consideration of study regarding a particular concern or problem using scientific methods. It is really a systematic inquiry to describe, explain, predict, control the observed phenomena. Research at IIU Research Center is really great organized. Me, Professor Nanotechnology, as a president of IIU Research Center, thinks, if you have ever thought about how would be the world without education, research, science, innovation, technology, or any development of anything, then in IIU Research Center is the right place for you. Research here, develop something new, contribute to knowledge in the education as the best and reliable way to understand and act all the complexities of various issues that abduct our facing. Now, it's my honor to introduce my great master of the ceremony. He's here now. He's a great student. He's a great scholar. He's coming from Romania. He is Mihail Alexandru Stănescu. Michael was yesterday also here. He had an exam, but joined us and was moderating and doing a great job. I need to say again, for all who were not yesterday, he's studying computing science at the University Polytechnica of Bucharest. He's finishing teaching module and have a right now to teach at schools. He likes science and traveling. For him, it is important to find correspondence between the study and the world. Academic work, he's multi-medalist, in social science field and environment field. Each day you can see if you are following the competitions, gold medal for our great Mikhail. So his results, his gold medal to the international competition is showing how person is he, how is he contributing to the society. And yes, he also likes to promote SDG goals, diversity, and he's taking a part in a lot of Erasmus Plus projects. His life quote is, the present, but without forget the main moments from the past, and also thinking what can you do in the future to be glorious. Awesome. Amazing, great, Mikhail. So now we are coming to the part why we are here. Yesterday, our great scholars, our great students, our great academicians, researchers, speakers put a big high level. So let's see today how will our honor of guests, our chairpersons, our students, our scholars, our academician researchers make their speech. And what will they present today on the second international conference on recent trends in multidisciplinary scientific research 2022 on the topic innovative research in multidisciplinary field. So, dear Michael, please call our first great speaker.
Hello, everyone. Okay, I hope this conference it will be amazing. And in another words, the first person which will start is a very interesting person and innovative. Her name is Miss Kalpana Dixit. Your stage is yours.
Please, Mikhail, I will tell a few words about our great Dr. Kalpana Dixit. Dr. Kalpana Dixit is coming from India, from the Berkeley University, and she is our research supervisor. She has 25 years of experience in training and research. She served and approved a professor, a principal director, a dean at different institutes and universities. She's on the board of the studies of the member. She got trainings for science, for international councils, awards like the Best Director, Young Science, Best Mentor, Researcher Award, Global Educator Award for research. So my first contact with this great researcher was really, it was very impressed. From the first day I met her, I am with her collaborating making works and doing a lot of things. So I'm really proud to have our great Dr. Kalpana Dixit. Dr. Kalpana, welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Nada, for such a brief introduction. I feel humble and proud to be here. And thank you, Piyush Pandit sir, for this very good concept of interdisciplinary concept. And thank you, Professor Nada, for your vision to bring this beautiful subject on this multidisciplinary research in this international platform that is really a need of the day. And I am also would like to say my good morning, namaste, salam, and good evening to each and everyone, all the delegates presented here. Now, I would like to say that multidisciplinary research area is a combination of multiple disciplines. As the title is indicates that many experts of different disciplines can come together and they will conduct research by using their different tools, applications, and techniques. And after that, they will combine the research findings and will find out a appropriate solution for a problem. So here, my today's topic is multidisciplinary innovative research in different subject area. I would like to highlight various examples and the nature, need, and scope of this multidisciplinary research area. So, Professor Nada, Can I have permission to share my screen, please?
Yes, you have all have permission to to share the screen.
Yes, I am here by sharing my screen. This is my screen. Is this visible to you all?
Yes,
Please,
now, yes.
yes, please, if you can put a full mode.
My screen is visible to all?
Yes, Dr. Kalpana, but can you please, if you can, put a full mode,
Okay.
if you can?
This is my topic, innovative practices in multidisciplinary research areas. I am Dr. Kalpana Dixit, Research Supervisor, Barkatullah University, Bhopal. I would like to say the conceptual design of the multidisciplinary research. This is the aspect of my complete research article. Multidisciplinary research design starts with the conceptual design, which address the why and what of a research project. At a conceptual level, to ascertain the common goals, pivotal to interdisciplinary collaborative. The conceptual design includes mostly activities such as thinking, exchanging interdisciplinary knowledge, reading, and discussing. The product of the conceptual design is called the conceptual framework, which comprises of the research objective. This is a brief introduction. Then I will go in the next slide. This is my next slide. Multidisciplinary research concept. What exactly it is? Multidisciplinary research is a research technique in which tools from different sciences and disciplines are used to find an explanation for the questions being studied. And the researchers need to solve many, if not all, of the major research challenges of the next decade. This is also cooperative and coordinated research requires the unified efforts of experts from different disciplines. They all pool their knowledge to solve a problem at hand. When it comes to a multidisciplinary research, a variety of disciplines engage in a certain line of inquiry that is specific to a problem or a region. But the individual result of the discipline concerned are brought together in an aggregate. Modern research, therefore, they are tentative to be frequently multidisciplinary in nature. What are the characteristics of multidisciplinary research? I would just highlight the main characteristics. Combining or involving two or more academic disciplines. Combining or involving two or more professor, and technology and department, and composed of or combined several, usually separate branches of different learning or fields of expertise. And what are the types of interdisciplinary research? They are heuristic. It means the researcher is actively discovering information in an independent way. This is iterative, means the process involves repetition, and it is reflective. It means the researcher must constantly reflect and maintain awareness to avoid any biases. How this process will occur in our scientific research system? Multidisciplinary research process and theory offers a comprehensive, systematic presentation of the multidisciplinary decision-making process. It should be focused on integral concepts, techniques, and data, and it should integrate information, data techniques, perspective, concept, and or theories from two or more disciplines or bodies of specialized knowledge. This is a simple research design. As we conduct an ordinary research or academic research or single discipline research, like the same way, only disciplines are multi, professionals are multi, problem is the same. So we have to adopt the same design for multidisciplinary research. This is introduction, what and why and how, literature review, why and how, methodology, how we will conduct, preliminary data, what type of data should be there, statement of limitation, what will be our limitation, how much extent we will go, and at last, the conclusion. Then planning and execution of innovative multidisciplinary research, how it will work. We have almost 5 steps to execute any multidisciplinary research. These are initiation. We have to initiate the research. Choose a real problem. Identify 2 or more fields for interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary approach. Planning. Study the real problem. Study each field. Develop a new fundamentals or methodology. Executing. Develop and apply educational materials. Develop new technology. Apply new technology. Then control. We have to measure educational parameter. We can't go extend beyond a limit. We have to control that. We have to evaluate new technology, whether they are suitable or not. We have to measure economic parameters, how much funding we have. And we have to measure social parameters, whether it is fit for our social structure or not, whether people will support our research or not, where institution will support our research or not. And then closing, we should write paper, publication, or research thesis, whatever we like to do, or any project report. These are the aim of multidisciplinary research. To oversimplify the problem of research, to bring out the holistic approach to research, to create a new trend in research methodology, because we are combining many disciplines in one research practice and one research problem. To reduce the emphasis on a single subject in the research domain, so we can work collaboratively, collectively. The main objective of interdisciplinary research is very broad and inclusive under broad topic, and that explores human life, culture, and often uses this approach. Example of interdisciplinary fields include cognitive science, which might combine neurology, psychology, women studies, collaborate with different subject experts from gender studies, history, literature, and biology itself. The same way, public health, which might combine medicine, sociology, psychology, and other more areas there. Literature studies. This is the one discipline, but we can combine and invite experts from different fields like linguistics, sociology, history, and science. Now, this is my basic topic of the day, innovative areas of multidisciplinary research. What are they? There are mainly two types of research we are conducting and have doing practices in research areas. These are interdisciplinary research and multidisciplinary research. Interdisciplinary actually a part of multidisciplinary research itself. So in this segment, here I am highlighting the single discipline like cultural anthropology, biological anthropology, archaeology, and linguistic and all that. And in this multidisciplinary research, I am here highlighting combinations of two or more other fields like cognitive neuroscience, where cognitive psychology and neuropsychology is integrated. Developmental psychology and learning science is integrated. Perception, action, and cognition, they are multidiscipline. We have to invite experts from these disciplines also to solve these all areas problems. And science, there are many branches of science, so we have to collaborate with all them. Then science, technology, society, law, and social science. So we have to take one problem in our hand and we can invite multidisciplinary experts to solve all this one single problem from different angles, by different tools, by different techniques. So this is the overall concept of innovative areas of multidisciplinary research. Then you all are aware about the STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Nowadays, computer science is also included in that. So this is also a multidisciplinary type of research practice we are doing under STEM research. Then innovative multidisciplinary research projects. Combination of subjects and activities. How can we do that? If we accept a mathematical problem, then we should collect data for number of trees in each student block. Then we can write seasonally inspired poems and short stories also by collecting these data. Then we can create art and biology, create an artwork to display how a tree makes food. This we can do. Then math writing, interviewing communities regarding tree and displaying data. Then biology, we can combine the experts on biology also. So students selected research on wildlife found on that particular tree. The tree is one. This is the only one tree. Okay. Math, again, collecting data and gathering for this. So this is a broader example of how we can collaborate with the experts and how we can conduct the research in multidisciplinary areas. Then multidisciplinary innovative practices in combination of sciences. Here are three types of sciences visible in this figure. They are human sciences, environmental sciences, and natural sciences. Under each science area, there are multiple sub-sciences and sub-fields are there. They are, suppose we take an example of human science. The sub-disciplines are psychology, sociology, demography, anthropology, economics, political science, religion, physiology, and history, all that. So we can collect all the experts, collaborate with all them, and conduct a research problem on a particular topic. Like the same way, in environmental science, there are conservation biology, wildlife management, environmental policy, environmental ethics, and criminology. So we have to invite all the experts from all disciplines. Then natural sciences. Under this, biological science, ecology, zoology, phytography, geography, evolution, and physics and chemistry. So this is the way how can combine the expert and discipline in one way, in one area or in one topic. Multidisciplinary research and innovation in sustainability science. This is another subject area. Sustainability science is a broader area. So we have to invite experts from ecological environmental science and global human population, energy and resource demand, environmental policy development departments experts, and science education experts, as well as we can call educators from the environmental education science also. So this is the way we can conduct innovative researches in sustainability science. Then multidisciplinary innovative research in sexuality. This is a taboo and new area and emerging also. We are not talking on sexuality. So what we can do? We can invite the expert from social groups so that they can highlight the problem from social point of view. Then psychological expert, then moral values and belief expert, then biological expert, so that we can conduct research in this field also. Multidisciplinary research in environmental studies, that's a very innovative approach because we have to invite people from life science like biology, biochemistry, microbiology, physical sciences like physics, chemistry, earth science, atmospheric sciences, mathematics, statistics, computer science, technology, and also management and awareness like economics, sociology, law, education, management, mass communication. Because when we are doing environmental research, we have to require all types of sectors and disciplines to organize this research so that we can conduct a multidisciplinary research. Now, multidisciplinary research and nanotechnology. This is the advanced field of research because nanotechnology is working in the field of agriculture and pharmaceuticals and electronics and food industry as well as bio remediation. So nanotechnology can be worked very well in each and every field of discipline. Significant advantage why we are so much conducting research on this multidisciplinary research because there are some advantages. What they are? Number one, wider audience. As a result of multidisciplinary research, a philosopher who can think like an economist is more likely to produce work that economists want to read, and better explanatory and predictive work, better normative work. We can conduct each and every type of data. We can normatize our research. We can take 5 point, 3.2 point, any type of step. We can choose different tools of statistical analysis. So this is a very normative and inspiration to confront questions. They may not otherwise occur to you. Many times we cannot focus on a particular question or problem. So when we come together with the different type of experts, then definitely we can find the answer and a particular question or problem for a particular discipline and a response to the hyper specialization that is taking over. What is the importance? Here, previously we have saw the advantages, now the importance of multidisciplinary research. This is complex in nature, so require knowledge aspects from many disciplines like social, political, psychological, etc. And it is an effective multidisciplinary process. And it also requires some soft human skills like teamwork, leadership, tolerance of different areas, ambiguity, and selflessness. So soft human skills is also required. That is why it is very much important. Therefore, a team of individuals specialized in various fields can become ensure that each aspect of a problem could be analyzed from a particular angle. And the member of multidisciplinary research team should have different skills and different backgrounds. The different viewpoints of team members complement each other and shall provide a more comprehensive problem and a deeper insight for that particular problem. This is our way, and this is the importance of multidisciplinary research. What is the need? For betterment of human beings, for assistance from other disciplines, and for various types of incidents, natural and man-made are taking place. So we have to conduct this type of research so that we can resolve each and every scientific problem and natural problems or the man-made problems. And the most important things are that objectivity and accuracy. We should not be biased in conducting this type of research. And the other thing is that this gives ample opportunity to study the problem with a different viewpoint. Because when we are focusing on our single discipline, our mind is not so broader. We cannot think beyond our discipline. So if we collect and collaborate with the expert of other disciplines, we have a broad approach for our research and to solve a particular problem. Then other needs of this multidisciplinary research are helps in overall study of the problem, and this type of research aims at avoiding the defects of incompleteness because there are many brains, many intellectuals, many experts are involved in this type of research. So we have to reach on the completion, definitely. And this is also, no discipline can be sufficient or complete in itself. So one single discipline is not sufficient to conduct a research problem or to solve each and every problem of the 21st century. So we require the expert from all fields. We require the combination of multidiscipline. And this is the end of my presentation. Research is creating new knowledge. Thank you so much. Thank you, IIU. Thank you, Professor Nada again. Thank you, Mr. Piyush Pandit sir. And thank you all the delegates and experts. And thank you, the moderator of the present day, who have been introduced me in a very fantastic way. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Great, Dr. Kalpana. Please, Mikhail, big old clap for our great Dr. Kalpana.
Congratulations. It was a very interesting presentation.
Wow.
Research of a research.
Great. So, excellent
Thank
session.
you.
Brilliant, very enriching, insightful, descriptive session. You in each one detail. Show us, explain us what is the meaning of multidisciplinary, which way, which combination, and which field your news, because you have experience. What to say? Dr. Kalpana, I have a new idea already for the next event. And that will be great. And you will hear it very soon because today I was working before this session. And then what use my time almost more, and I see that I don't have time. So we have a new event. Great. Mikhail, please.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
If it is okay, I have a question.
Oh, yes.
Okay. I like the ideas and the diagrams of the presentation. And I have a curiosity about the diagram with sustainability science. Can you share again, please? Miss Dr. Kalpana?
Mikhail, please,
Yeah.
we will do that at the end of the session, okay?
Ah, all
I,
right, all right. It was
okay,
only
we will
mentioned
do
for.
that. We will do that at the end. Dr. Kalpana is will share it with us and also explain again. That is really
Okay.
not a problem. She is really friendly. She is always here to help us. Any question, anything that you don't understand, our great Dr. Kalpana is here to answer to you and give you an answer. Great. Mikhail, let's go.
Okay. Our next speaker is from Philippines. It's a very interesting person, and I like the field where he is active. His name is Dr. Froilan Di Mobo, and
Yes,
he's author of 58 search articles published in an international reference journals and also multi-awarded researcher. His discipline is about teacher education, information system, human-computer interaction, computer in social science and humanities. And some of the main skills and expertise is about e-learning, technology exchange learning, computing in social science, arts, and humanities. A very many discipline. And I hope he will enjoy with his presentation.
you mean we will enjoy in his presentation. Yes, our great Dr. Frolia Mobo, you see today how many we have the famous researchers because our Dr. Frolian is a researcher by heart. And yes, he has also two doctorates. He has two doctorate degree in development education, and he also has many awards, as you said. He's an editor in chief of the International Journal of Multidisciplinary Applied Business and Education Research. He is a peer reviewer in various international research journals. He is also a keynote addresser speaker everywhere. Many, as you see, he's a researcher who has a lot of citations, a lot of works on the web of science, and etc. Welcome, respected Dr. Frolian Mobo. The IIU stage is yours, and enlighten us with your presentation and speech.
Yes, good evening from the Philippines. I'm so sorry if my background is really noisy because we are having severe typhoon here. Actually, it was a super typhoon. Once again, good evening from the Philippines. Mabuhay. So, I'm Dr. Fernand Bino, the editor-in-chief from the International Journal of Multidisciplinary Applied Business and Education Research from Malang, Indonesia, and also the Deputy Director for Research and Development of the Philippine Management Academy. So my task for tonight is to deliver about the multidisciplinary research culture amidst the pandemic. So what do we have catered during the pandemic? So of course, in my own experience, during the pandemic, a lot of educators felt devastated because they uh, could not even continue their academic scholarly work. So the good thing about the publication and submission continues to grow, and eventually because it leads to researchers and scholars writing on topics related especially on COVID-19 and other technological platforms that may lead to a new policy related program. And of course, part of that, a lot of researchers and scholars opened their doors, opportunity in the area of research and development during the pandemic. So it's just the pandemic that we are facing right now, and we need to think up or innovate a new strategy in order to survive in this battlefield. That's why a group of researchers, just like my friend from Turkey, the ICSAD, the Institute of Economic Development and Social Research, and other international research institutions such as IIU, of course, they facilitated call for papers globally by using an alternative mode of presentations, just like what we are doing right now, using a virtual mode of presentations, using Zoom or other platforms. And of course, in journal publications, they also waive the processing charges just to give way to those scholars or writers who are greatly affected by the pandemic situations. So, and again, the adoption of this new research culture through the use of technological-based platforms such as ResearchGate, Google Scholar, and Mendeley encourage scholars and writers to persevere in their efforts to produce scholarly publishable paper that can be globally readable and can be cited as many as the researchers have read their scholarly work. Of course, even conferences are also being offered for free. That's why as a researcher by heart, I will promote and introduce research methods in the following research designs such as quantitative, even mixed methods, which is designed logically or globally. So there's a big opportunity in research and development in this time of pandemic. So the reason why we are staying at home and do collaborative research and doing partnership in the international group, and it can be cited and publishable in reputable journal indexing such as the Doge, the Scopus, the Web of Science, and other impact factor indexing databases, especially for the multidisciplinary area. So the pandemic has not only affected the public, but the readership trend as well. But the multidisciplinary journal, we can see a steady increase in the COVID-19 related articles, which is being compared in other diseases. So in an analysis of all articles available in PubMed, which is being cited in 2019, 2020, and even at today's date, no, we can see that a lot of research-related, even technological, being developed, which is relevant to the topic of the COVID-19. That's why a study also found that the publication examining the relationship between the COVID-19 pandemic and the education focus on online education and teacher education, which is being considered as part of the multidisciplinary area, while countries that contributed the most, for example, in the publications of issues, for example, is the USA, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Spain, those countries have participated in terms of research publications. So another study showed that they had focused largely on remote teaching as a new term to depict online distance as pertaining to following the guidelines which is being set by the government. And this give emphasis on using of other technologies for teaching and learning, even assessment as well. So the study findings and propositions suggest that this pandemic situation will be the catalyst for several, such as we could say that this is going to be a long-term and short-term policy changes. And this can lead, give attention for researchers to develop a policy-making related study, and this will give them big opportunities. So just like what I have mentioned, the most publications which are being done or made are from the country of course, in the US and China, that the most used keywords are, of course, if you're going to search them in Google Scholar or ResearchGate or in Mendeley, you would be able to key in the keyword COVID-19, online education, and distance education, where being the most cited authors, just like which is being mentioned on the screen, they can be searchable in those platforms, which is being highly cited in those research databases. So the total number of papers which is being captured in the search criteria during that time and even up to now was 10,685 in statistics, which were included on those databases. So the greatest increase in this type of studies over the past weeks was in the narrative form of full paper, short paper, which is followed by case scenarios, reports relevant to the pandemic. Then the least published type of studies, of course, were the meta-analysis, systematic reviews, and randomized control areas as relevant to the study of the COVID-19. Of course, during the first year of the pandemic, these are the records which is being recorded. So a lot of journals participated, even the preprints or the databases, they just like, for example, the SSRN, they can, all papers can be uploaded and might be cited. Okay, so whereas preprint and publication activity can also be a big help for those researchers abroad. So in the horizon, libraries have been the gateways to relevant informations and development on related subject, especially in the multidisciplinary and in during the pandemic. So the library information service started to gain importance by providing researchers the opportunity to explore, of course, in the area of medical and other social sciences researches, while following certain policies and guidelines as set by the government. So as shown in the statistics that we have, these are the growth in COVID-19 related publications uh, started from during the pandemic and up to present. So this is the statistics. So which led the US as the most, it ranked number one based on the statistics. And then during that period, of course, a lot of article focuses on the COVID-19 research articles. For example, in Thomson Reuters, even in other in Scopus Journal, they focus more on the publication. That's why, just like what I mentioned a while ago, they open their doors to give free article processing charges so that the authors might be able to submit their papers related to that topic. And it makes a series of recommendations that might be a way to find a solution. So just like what I mentioned, this pandemic, it gives opportunity to all research and authors and even scholars. So we have the following preprint databases that uploaded the papers. Of course, we have those preprint servers. And then the research publications, such as Sage journals and other indexing databases. That's why if you're going to check the statistics on the internet in the succeeding months, the COVID-related topics on the research, even the using of the technological platform, even grow. Of course, so it was also deposited in online repositories. For example, the preprints in the bibliometric survey, you would be able to see that the COVID-19 related research, according to this source, has greatly improved. And even the journal citations really increases, particularly in COVID-19. Okay, just like what I'm going to give you a scenario, just like what I have done during the pandemic, I have published already 71 papers published in various journals, which is indexed in from Google Scholar, Scopus, even ASEAN Citation, which already give me a 41 citations as of this day in ResearchGate, and even in Google Scholar, I have already 33 citations, so which means that all these topics really plays a vital role by using, for example, in the area of multidisciplinary, because my forte is on the social science sector and in the educational technology, which means that if you're going to do a paper and those research is highly readable, you would be able to capture citations from different countries around the world. So I think that would be all with regards to publishing a paper amidst the pandemic in the field of multidisciplinary. So that would be all for tonight. So thank you for listening. I do hope I have shared a lot in terms of the research publication. So thank you. And once again, good evening from the Republic of the Philippines and mabuhay. I'm so sorry if the background is really, it has a noise because we are experiencing a severe typhoon here in the Philippines right now.
Michael? Okay, I will start then again first. Great, Dr. Froilan. What to say? Your topic, multidisciplinary research culture amidst the pandemic. You really take a walk through the whole pandemic, uh, showing us. First, you mentioned that the research conferences need to be free, and that you are working on that. That you are using, that you are working on the research methods, all the methods to make it on the local and global level. Then how pandemic affected the publications, what kind of trend is, you can compare it, you show us all the analyses in the articles from 2019 till 2021. What about the relationship COVID and education? How it affected the online education? Showing us all that studies that are funded, your works, a whole roadmap, and it is fascinating. I didn't know because I didn't search that the total numbers of the papers for that search criteria is more than 10,000. Then what is happening, and also I write it, the number of 73,000 of tweets and how many that is really fascinating on the horizon, whole complete statistics, the research articles, number which can be reached, your work, your amazing work. As we said at the beginning, Dr. Frolian Mobo is really a researcher by heart. A big, big, big clap to our great Dr. Frolian. And please, my Mikhail, I want to hear your comments.
Yes. First of all, congratulations. I like the part with statistics because math never lied.
I knew that because you like numbers. Yes.
Yes, math never lied. I think is the best friend, in my opinion.
Oh.
Yeah, and yes, the pandemic period, it was, let's say, a very important point for past, for present, and also to know what can we are doing in the future to be better, to adapt. So it was an interesting point from this type of aspect about, let's say, disciplinarity, multidisciplinarity in every area.
Yes, yes, truly. Great, Mikhail. Dr. Fräulein Mobo is really a friendly. He can help you a lot, like all these great here academicians and researchers. So be free to contact him because I know what is your field of the interest. Bravo, great. Let's go
Congratulations again.
to our next guest.
Okay, our next guest is coming from Indonesia, and she is Dr. Mutmainah, which has a lot of interesting experiences because she is a lecturer, international speaker, and leaders, academician, and education expert. She is a lecturer at the Al-Ashariah Mandar West Sulawesi from Indonesia. As I said, global keynote speaker, plenary speaker, and research person. She was the chairman of the Education Faculty Language Department. She was the public relations director of Women's Center Studies and deputy director of the Quality Assurance Unit in her university. Now she's a deputy director of Language and Character Development Institute. And what can I say? Very interesting. Also, she's an advisory board of Indonesian Education Share to Care volunteers. Very interesting activities, and welcome.
Yes, yes, our great Mikhail, our Dr. Mutmainah is an amazing person first. Then I can say for her, in each moment she can contact her. She is here for you. Sharing is caring. Yes, she is sharing for all the researchers around the globe. So that is the first thing, that a big, big, big respect to our Dr. Mutmainah, as I like to say, my lovely and dear professor. Welcome, my dear Professor Mutmainah.
Thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening from Indonesia. Hello, everyone. I want to say thank you so much for having me and invite me here. Also to, Dr. Nada, my beautiful sister, Nayara here, also Dr. Kalpana Disease. Most of here, actually, I have connected with them.
Yes, here is your family. Family is here.
Yeah. So Mihail, Professor, I don't know, as Prof. K. Asia from Metropolitan University. I'm so happy to meet you here. I think this is the first meeting we are meet here in the online. So to the my wonderful moderator, Mihail,
Yeah.
can you send to me your Facebook link?
Okay, I will contact you. No problem.
Just wanted to follow you. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Listen, Dr. Mutmaina, we have a little secret. Me and Mikhail, we will tell you after because this is really amazing how Mikhail research you searching.
Oh, oh, thank you so much. Okay, well, I know my time only 10 minutes to share a little bit ideas about the trends in research right now, and absolutely I agree with Dr. Kalpana and also from Philippines, and then talking about the multidisciplinary research, and also I'm doing that. We are doing transdisciplinary right now. For example, I'm teaching English or I'm teaching language, but I'm doing transformation in my research, and I'm doing collaboration with the computer science. And then let me share to you what I'm doing right now. Okay. So this is a little bit my profile that actually have mentioned by my handsome moderator, Mihail. My name is Dr. Mutmaina. You can call me Nina or yeah, simple name. And this is my research ID. I hope you can joining and cite my research over there. My Scopus, my Orchid, my how to say, this is so many. My Google Scholar also. Right. Tonight, I want to share to you about the trend in research following COVID-19 through digital innovation and transformation, R&D perspective, research and development. Because this is my dissertation research, and until today, I'm still doing this research, how to developing and creating interactional design, teaching model, or how to say, this is educational product. Some educational product, not only designing new model in teaching, but also the material, the curriculum. That's I think that so many you can be collaborate with the R&D or research and development. Before we are going to discuss for everything, this is my opinion, my interpretation that actually always I use when I'm opening my speak, because I believe that until today, until right now, this is still the highlight issue related to education sector, or this is related to the multidisciplinary research, whatever your subject, your teaching subject. But I think everything we use this that I mentioned, like artificial intelligence, and also about right now our education, we are in the transformation. We practice remote teaching, virtual classroom, distance education, and of course we must be adapt with the new habit, ICT culture. Even we are right now, we are in the physical distancing, and then we are learn from home. We integrate the technology, but the problem when we are come back to school, like in my country here, mostly the teachers still forbidden or not allow the student to bring their smartphone in the classroom. It means that even we are adapt with the new habit, new culture by using technology in our learning and teaching process during the COVID-19. But when we are come back to school, the mindset, the traditional teaching model is still happening. They forbidden the student to bring their smartphone in the classroom. So I think this is I don't know how to say, but I don't know what happened in another country. But for here, we still have so many challenges to practice, namely blended learning environment or hybrid learning environment. Yeah, of course. Even we are redesign our curriculum to, namely in Indonesian, we have policy right now, curriculum Merdeka Belajar or independent learning, independent campus, so we can be more flexible to develop our material. We use the technology, but sometimes we have so many problems about the teacher or lecturer problem itself. They don't know how to use, how to teach, and how to training their student by using this technology. They don't know. They don't know what is the application that they want to apply in the classroom. I think this is still have a big problem in my country until today. So in Pure Smart Digital Classroom Management, we believe that this is the triple quantum is very important when we want to manage our classroom, because right now we are in the digital era and everything going to be digital, the student going to be digital, lecture or educator going to be digital, and the material going to be digital. Everything right now in or I mean that here on the smartphone. So this is happening again. Most of in Indonesia, schools still use traditional books. Yeah, I don't know, because maybe we are still in the transition to be totally online for everything. Yeah, creating digital content, this is a very important. So this is to make everything more simple and flexible when we are in learning and teaching process. So cybergogy, this is one of the theory that I'm always use when you wanted to combine between pedagogy and the technology. But in this cybergogy, this is not only how to practice, we are use the technology itself, but also we are as educator, we have responsibility how to help our students to increase their metacognitive skill. I think when we are talking about metacognitive skill, this is related to the science of teaching and the science learning itself. And the last, about digital vaccine. Yeah, we are in Industry Revolution 4.0, or right now we are practice Industry Revolution 5.0, and everything right now must be have a namely 21st century skill, doing creativity, doing innovation. So of course, we have so many challenges. If the student still having low metacognitive skill, of course, this is have impact to their critical thinking skill or 21st century skill. So this is, I think this is the one of the issue that from so many issue that we cannot be doing some research for this. Let's have a look about the condition on education today. That's why we are still giving about the new model of teaching, because we know that our students right now, they are different with us. So we must change the way we are teaching, the way we are learning. We are in the digital era, and then we must be giving training for them to how to use the technology in learning to make them more easy in learning. So let's have a look about a little bit blended learning model, and then I think, and also this is the one of new trend in research, and we still are having this blended learning, the blended learning. So some of the blended learning models, for example, this is rotation model, flex model or flexible model, a la carte model, and rich virtual model. This is from Michael B. Horn. I think that we are not differentiate our blended learning model itself, but we should be understanding that when we are practice our blended learning environment in our physical classroom, of course, totally we should have a maximum or good infrastructure. And then this is the 5K 21st century skill and behavior that the teacher need to think. Still a very important, because like Indonesia, we are in the developing country, but I have mentioned before that even we are in the digital era right now, mostly some of the schools still forbidden for the student to bring their smartphone in the classroom. And of course, the teacher still practice namely conventional or traditional model in teaching. Well, some of the digital technology that actually we must be understanding, because right now when we use technology or we practice our learning and teaching process by using the technology, yeah, we know that the technology itself, we must be connected with the 21st century skill student or the higher order thinking skill. Mean that here sometimes we are used to technology, but we are still in the lower order thinking skill. Like this is in the level 1, recall this is the lower order thinking skill. For example, if you are you are doing in the classroom to you ask your student to identify, to memorize, to just doing memorizing and recognize, or doing a recite or recall their information or their knowledge, actually you still practice normally lower order thinking skills. So that's why in our classroom right now, to support the student with the 21st century skill, doing innovation, doing creativity in the classroom, not only in the classroom, maybe for the next, this is because the 21st century skill, this is not only about learning skill, but of course about life skill itself. And it will be help the student for their future career. So we should be ask them the learning outcome to support the higher order thinking skill related to the 21st century skill. This is about they must be design, they must be doing connection, they must doing a synthetic or doing critique or create. And sometimes we are totally forget it. Our students, they are must be doing innovation. So this is the example, some of the application or the technology, that media and technology in education that will help you to increase your student 21st century skill from lower order thinking skill until the higher order thinking skill. I think this is some of them, though. So that's why so many educators apply, namely TikTok. I think this is TikTok, very familiar with our student, but the student, they are doing their TikTok only just for dancing or something like that. But we cannot be modify the TikTok. The student cannot be share their knowledge, their material by using this TikTok application or YouTube itself. So come back to the new trend about in research. This is R&D, research and development. R&D, this is covered with quantitative and the qualitative or mixed method, because everything in this R&D will be covered by this quantitative, qualitative, or mixed method. So that's why the R&D, this is very long time. If you want to apply this, it maybe will take time 1 year or 2 years to know the progress of our product itself. So this is the 10 the flowchart of R&D itself. And then we must be doing so many tests and develop our prototype, and then we are doing the dissemination. So the example of R&D, only one of, just I want to share to you here. This is Assure model. Assure model, this is the acronym from analyze learner, state objective, select method, media material, utilize media material, require learner participation, and in the end of the semester, you can doing reflection. The main point of R&D, we are develop our curriculum, our lesson plan, our material in teaching based on the student one. The student want, the student need, the student voice, and the student lack, not from the teacher one. Sometimes we are doing this. I plan my material. I think this is good for my student. Oh, I think this material, the student will be enjoy and engagement in the classroom, but you are never ask them what they want, what they need, whatever the material, everything. We are designing every meeting based on the student one, not from me have one, not from another one, but listen to your student voice and choice. What is the material they want? What is the media they need? And also, what is the application or media technology that familiar with them? So we must be how to say, we must be understanding about the student, not only their voice but the student condition. Yeah, sometimes we are use WhatsApp because yeah, WhatsApp very familiar with our student. Even we wanted to use a Google Classroom, for example, but mostly the student they are comfortable by using WhatsApp, so we are use WhatsApp. But maybe we are develop another material by using, for example, YouTube, or by using comic, for example, or artificial intelligence, virtual reality, or robot itself. So when we are use all of them, we are use games, we are use YouTube. This is related to the entertainment, education, or funtainment, fun activities, education, and entertainment concept. This concept is very interesting for the student, and so many research that supporting about the game-based learning, because this is effective engagement, behavioral engagement, cognitive engagement, and social cultural engagement. When you are designing your or your practice, your teaching model, or in your instructional model in the classroom, by integration this edutainment or funtainment. So how we are connected everything, edutainment as a contribution to the future of education. And right now, this is the highlight trend in education, not only maybe in education, but in another subject. When you are use them, come back, we are always come back to the Bloom taxonomy. We wanna to our student have this one, have this skill, the higher order thinking skill. Whatever your teaching subject, you should be asked them to doing innovation, to doing creativity. So well, this is some of my research that, and maybe you can be adapt this about funtainment. I combine that so many media and technology like YouTube, games, film, and song. Not only that, sorry. Yeah, not only that, because I'm also use social media, like yeah, for example, we are use YouTube, and then this is one of the wall. If you wanna to doing discussion with your student online, maybe you can use this Padlet or artificial intelligence in the classroom. I think this is still highlight trend in research. I think this is, we have so many benefit when we are manage the big number of the student in the classroom. Like you see my classroom here, they are 45 students. So by using technology, media and technology, it really help us to handle our class. Not only for that, about the human interaction with the machine, with robot. This is also the trend in my area in language. This one is showed to you what is the impact of the robot itself. So there are so many questions when we are use this robot in our learning and teaching model. Yeah, maybe we are afraid that robot will be replace us as educator. But I'm still believe that the robot cannot replace us as educator. because everything we are in the robot designing by humans. So, well, the virtual reality, yeah, this is still highlight trend. Yeah, this is I shared to you my mostly my research, and then by using film. This is the example of film, how we are manage, how we are designing our instructional teaching model to help our students to achieve the Bloom taxonomy, the higher order thinking skill itself. I divided into the five step in the warm up, presenting, practice, production, and evaluation, and all of the activities. This is relevant to the higher order thinking skill until the student doing evaluation and creativity or doing innovation in the classroom. So what about if the student don't have internet connection? We still come back by using the media and technology, but this is a namely local technology without internet connection. So whatever your condition, nothing can stop education. So thank you so much for having me and listening to me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Big clap to our great Dr. Mutmaina. What to say, sister, you make it, you rock today like every time. Dear Mikhail, please.
Okay. First of all, congratulations. I like it a lot, the style of your presentation. It was very dynamic, I can say. And which I like the most, it was the quote of John Dewey about past, present, and future about education to the kids or students in general. And I have the same opinion because I've just finished it, one stage of this. And yes, it's very important to see the future using the present, not the past. And another interesting thing, which I like it the most in this presentation, it was about one notion, which I think is very practiced today, cybergogy, because all of things after pandemic period transform to the digitalized part. And I think this is a very good notion, cybergogy. Yeah.
Cybergogy, yes.
Yeah, very interesting, in my opinion.
So, Mikhail, you are free to contact our Dr. Mutmaina. Please request on the Facebook immediately. You need to do that. Great.
Okay, check the friends request.
Yes, of course. Listen.
That's why I'm asking about your Facebook link, because I have so many request friends, but I must identify. Maybe Mikhail, you one of them.
I will contact. Yes.
Who is he or she? Yes, really that. I also, when I see on 100, I don't know who it is or she. So if it is not, I can't register all of that. Topic, robotics. High technology, fourth industrial revolution, metaverse, everything. You cover everything. Our great Dr. Mutmaina is always ready for the corporation. She adores students. She adores making. So, Mikhail, your university and Dr. Mutmaina University can have a corporation, especially for we with Europe. Dr. Mutmaina, you can do that because that is really necessary.
A good point, this one.
Yes, good point. You see, Nada always have a good point and a good idea and good to solve
advices.
any advice and problem. Yes. Yes,
big round of applause, please.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Our great Dr. Elizabeth Queen has her program, so she's not here. She's celebrating an anniversary, but we are sending her a message. Yes, we can. Great. Mikhail, let's continue.
All right. The next person is from a very interesting country with a lot of history in innovation, in my opinion, Egypt. and she's Dr. Neyara Radvan. All right. This person is amazing because her research interest is about operation research, optimization, sustainability, quality management. She has many awards also. She's an associate professor in an industrial engineering specialty, quality assurance officer PhD program in the Faculty of Economics and Administration, King Abdul Aziz University. She has many interesting awards and certification, like let's say from Suez Canal University, a research excellence about contribution. Another one, best academical award from the Global Foundation for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Also a golden academic award from Tradipreneur Global Academic Platform UK. Also golden academic award from the Leader Club Morocco. Attention in the Women's Leaders Talk, and many interesting publications and many professional development activities, like, for example, wait a second, about collaboration with University Mogadishu Barandir, Somalia, in delivering online course for students from that country, and with another thing, full membership in the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, based in Italy. A lot of interesting aspects, and for this, please, big round of applause.
Yes, Mikhail, big round of applause. Welcome. This is, you see, here is all my family. Welcome, my dear sister Nayara. Please enlighten us with your great speech and presentation. We all know that that will be magnificent.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation from you, Michael. Thank you so much. I'm happy today to be with you. Thank you very much, dear sister, Dr. Nada. Really, I feel that I'm with my family. I have many friends here. Dr. Nada, my dear friend, Dr. Mu'mina, she's a wonderful person, as well as my wonderful friend and beautiful friend, Dr. Nada. Thank you so much. Today, I choose to speak about very important topic, which is digital transformation. Actually, Dr. Mu'mina chose the same topic and applied it in the education sector. Actually, we didn't make any deal to speak about the same topic, but it is very important topic now. But I will speak about digital transformation in the business sector. So I have good listen to Dr. Mu'mina for her speech. It was wonderful to apply digital transformation about education sector. Now let us see what the meaning of digital transformation in general. What is the confusing term there? How digital transformation impact business? What are the benefits of applying digital transformation? What are the main resources and reasons for digital transformation projects failure? We will also present a roadmap for digital transformation strategy, as well as example for digital transformation framework. So let us start our presentation. You can see my slides in the full mode, please.
Dr. Nayara, it is still on the, we see the poster.
Yeah, right.
Yes, now, yes, it is moving. Great.
Thank you, Dr. Nada. Now, first, let us understand what the meaning of digital transformation. Digital transformation marks a radical rethinking of how an organization uses technology, people, and processes to fundamentally change business performance. So digital transformation is not only related to technology, it is related to the three terms, which is technology, people, and processes. And the main target here is business performance. So in this stage, we should understand that data is the key driver for successful digital transformation. Data about everything in the organization. There are three confusing terms here, which are digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. Digitized information is a process of converting information into a digital format. For example, computer readable. It means converting information from documents or physical form to digital form. As we know from the figure, that digitization contains two steps, which is digitized information and organized information. As we see here, here we are converting data into digital form, as well as organizing information, which means rearrange these forms according to the organization needs. So digitization concerns with processes adaptation. As we see in the figure here, the two steps of digitization, digitize information and organize information. For automate process, now let us speak about digitalization, the second step. It contains of two steps: automate processes and streamline processes. Automate process is the use of digital technologies and information to change a business model and provide new revenue and value producing opportunities. It is a process of moving to a digital business or to transform individual institutional operations. About streamline processes is to arrange and integrate these processes according to organization needs. The third K is digital transformation. For digital transformation, it concerns with converting all the business components. It is a series of deep and coordinated culture, workforce, technology, shifts that enable new educational and operating models and transform an institution's operations, strategic directions, and value proposition. So to apply digital transformation, we have to follow the following steps: converting data, process adaptation, and then create business value. Let us have an example for applying digital transformation in a business, whatever the type of this business. It will be done in three steps. Step number one, which is digitization, which we can convert and assess from a physical to a digital format. It can be done by scanning paper documents and saving them as digital documents as PDF files, also by converting videos from VHS to a digital format and uploading them to a hard drive, also by using an OCR software to enter physical records into digital database. Then we have to go to the second step, which is digitalization. Here we have to leveraging the digitalized information and using it to optimize business operations and to improve efficiency of processes. It can be done by uploading a PDF or to the cloud drive and sharing it with relevant teams to allow them to use the data in their daily work. Also can be done by converting a spreadsheet file saved on a single computer's hard drive to a cloud format that can be used by many users. Then we can go to the third step, which is digital transformation. Here we have to use the data in the shared file to power applications by analyze the data and drive results. Also, the spreadsheet file stored customer insights. We could use them in applications to improve offering and to create better customer experience. So this is the steps which we have to follow to apply digital transformation in any business. We can conclude that digital transformation is not about the technology. Digital transformation is not about only moving to the cloud or buying or changing technology or creating a social media page or even implementing new solutions. Digital transformation is a strategic use of technologies and information to transform business culture, to drive innovation, to improve operational efficiency, to unlock the value of data, to deliver engaging customer experiences, and to become more profitable. Digital transformation is not only enhancing traditional methods by re-imaging them for a digital age to meet changing market expectations and impact business. How digital transformation impact business? Actually, digital transformation impact business in three ways. By customer experience, as well as operational processes and business model. Now, let us have a look about the stages for successful digital transformation. We have 5 stages for successful digital transformation. Stage number 1, which is foundation. It means automate internal processes by using software. Stage number 2 is silent. Silent or departmental program for transformation. It means change are limited. Here in this stage, changes are limited for single business units. For partially synchronized, which is stage number 3, here various departments or internal processes in the business are being run in an interconnected manner. For digital transformation to spread to all departments, a cross-organizational strategy needs to be implemented to dictate the guidelines all business units need to follow. Stage number 4, which is fully synchronized. Here, digital transformation is in the company bloodstream and all departments, but the digital transformation is not internally done yet. The final stage here, organizations places digital transformation strategy at the core of its overall business strategy. All the methods, tools, and the capabilities of the company is reliably using identified risks and opportunity for distributions as well as repeatably react to them in disciplined manner. This is the 5 stages for successful digital transformation. Let us now understand what are the benefits of applying digital transformations in any company. Actually, there are many benefits for applying digital transformation in any business. These are in the figure. We have some of these benefits. For example, it increases productivity while reducing labor costs. Using technology to work more efficiently is one of the most important ways to transform the business. For example, for enterprises, the time and money they spend training new employees and updating digital resources can quickly get out of hand. With the proper tools, you can keep costs down and productivity up. Another benefit is improves the customer experience. Transformations are the driving force beyond improved customer experiences through multiple touch points, such as mobile apps, social media, emails, and so on. Also, digital transformation or applying digital transformation in business make you more competitive in your industry. Your competitors are looking into digital transformation regardless of whether or not you are. Choosing not to embrace digital transformation is essentially deciding that you don't mind being left behind. There are 6 reasons for digital transformation projects failure. This is according to for the year 2021 for one of the important report about that, there are 6 reasons for that, which are alignment defects, infrastructure defects, skills defects, partnership defects, measurements defects, and cultural defects. This is the main 6 reasons for digital transformation projects failure. So any organization have to avoid these reasons. We have 5 transformation disciplines, which are: number 1, make decision. Transformation starts with data, and companies need to capture customer data and leverage it to make smarter decisions. This is the first one. The second one, engage customers. Reimagine your business to be customer-centered, and you have to focus on the customer needs, so you can here engage customer to your system. Number 3, engage employees. Break down silos, empower employees with the right tools, and enable cooperation around a single sources of trust. The workforce needs to have the right skills to tackle new challenges. Number 4, become digital first. In the near future, every company will be digital company. Business need to shift from information technology department to enterprise platforms that can absorb the latest technologies. Data sets, process, and apps should be shared across the company, and data needs to be integrated to provide a single source of trust. Finally, serve society. Salesforce believes that business is a powerful platform for change. Having strong leadership, measurement, and reporting in place is important. Support your employees by providing them with programs that empower them to act. Now let us have a roadmap to digital transformation strategy. For any business in the world to implement an effective digital transformation strategy, planning is vital. Once you determine what you want to gain from developing your digital foothold, then you can get started on how to get there. There are 6 steps, as we see in the figure, to implement digital transformation strategy. Step number 1, establishing your goals and direction. You have to answer this question: what is your end goal? What are you trying to achieve? Digital transformation goes beyond having an internal information technology. Digital transformation can give you an opportunity to revise your overall business process and to allow you to gain advantages against the competitive market instead of just updating one part of your business. In this step, we need to establish the vision and the objective of the transformation. This will allow you to determine the next step of your digital strategy and help you to screen the results. You have to define your KPIs so you can measure the effectiveness of your strategy once implemented. Step number 2, which is access the current market. Your digital transformation strategy should be customer-centric. Keep in mind that customers will always look for something different or something more personalized for them. Technology development is become more aggressive and changes in different industries, and you have to be more noticeable for that. Analyzing the current market trends will help you to create a more relevant strategy. Step number 3, prepare for culture change. Get everyone in your company on board with the idea of digital transformation. One of the key contributors to a successful transformation is company culture. Culture change is a roadblock that your business needs to overcome. Ensure that everyone understands the reasons beyond the change and must be open to it. Number 4, building your execution team. Who will you choose to execute your plan, who will be responsible for it. So you have to choose well your team. Step number 5, which is investing in the right technology. In this step, we need to assess your current infrastructure and adjust it according to the different changes. Various solutions can assist you with your digital transformation, but it requires a lot of decision making. You need to take time choosing the right technology that best suits your plan to avoid wasting time and money. Finally, step number 6, which is measure and adjust. Once you have implemented your plan, it's time to look at the results. Remember that the digital transformation process doesn't have an end. Take a step back, analyze the metrics, and monitor the impact before adjusting if it is necessary. This is the roadmap for digital transformation strategy. Here is an example for digital transformation framework. First, what is the meaning of digital transformation framework? A digital transformation framework is the blueprint for how an organization moves through a period of significant change because of the current evolving business condition. The framework is a tool used across an organization that guides all levels of the organization through the journey. In making digital transformation a reality, what many companies are missing is a systematic approach to affect change. So this is an example for design transformation framework shown in the figure. It is designed to help industrial companies understand how to connect all the simultaneous and interconnected initiatives. Finally, you have to calculate the output of the digital transformation strategy. We can do it by what is we call return of investment. We can do it in 5 steps. Step number 1, we have to decide on a digital transformation goal to set a return of investment goal. Business should focus on one digital transformation goal for a certain period of time. It should be the most important goal and have a positive effect on the entire organization. The identification of a single goal helps business to plan specific strategies and use appropriate measures, effectively making use of the company's existing resources. This is the first step. The second step, we have to review the cost structure of the business. The organization here should answer some questions, which are: which activities are using cost effective? Which activities are not yet cost effective? Do we need to invest more or cut costs in any activities? What adjustments does the current cost structure need to align with digital transformation goals? For step 3, we have to use a variety of metrics to measure return of investment. Each return of investment goal will need different metrics. The figure here shows a digital return of investment framework focusing on 6 key areas, as we see here, which is customers, employees, operations, safety, and soundness infrastructure. So you have here to use the suitable matrix. Step number 4, which is establish timeline to measure return of investment. To measure return of investment timely and accurately, business need to set specific timeline, which can be after a month, a quarter, 6 months, or according to the project timeline. Each metric will have its specific timeline to be measured. Enterprises can optionally measure each indicator to make appropriate assessment or measure the entire index to evaluate the effectiveness of digital transformation. Finally, step number 5, continuously measure return of investment to adjust strategy accordingly. It is difficult for leaders to conclude whether digital transformation is effective or not by looking at return of investment results in a short period of time without comparing them with other time periods. Since digital transformation is long process of change, business cannot expect good results in just 1 or 2 days. Therefore, continuously measuring return of investment according to the predetermined timelines help leaders periodically and consistently evaluate digital transformation performance. From there, businesses can review whether the current way of doing things is appropriate and effective to achieve the original goal or not and make appropriate change. Thank you for your attention. Looking forward to meet you again. I forget to say that I'm saying greetings from Saudi Arabia, although I am from Egypt, but now I'm working in Saudi Arabia in King Abdulaziz University. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, my beautiful sister. Thank you for this roadmap for digital transformation strategy, for your theory, for your practice. And who say a woman in STEM, a woman in techniques, a woman in engineering, and woman in finance and management, each one field covered. You need to calculate to have a return on your investment. Awesome. Mikhail, please give your output.
Okay. Congratulations. I like it the most. The first idea about comparison between digitalization, and digital transform. Okay, I've studied computer science, but I've never thinking, okay, what is the main difference? For this, I want to thank you because I see a lot of differences, but in a good way. Now, another interesting thing was about the 5 big stages, which I think can be like a 5 big gold rule to have success, maybe in this type of business. And which I like another thing the most, it was the idea, okay, you put the IT part with all of DG. Okay, digitalization, digital. But also you mixed with the economical business, which is in the main idea today, everyone to be independent in finance. And also you talk about management, which I think is very important when you try to work with people. And a lot of interesting notions, in my opinion. Thank you very much, because you also helped me.
Thank you so much, Mikhail.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your nice conclusion for my presentation. I appreciate it. And also I need your Facebook information. It will be a pleasure to have a big family.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
thank
yes.
you. I will contact you.
We need more in
Yeah,
our
thank you.
family. Yes. So his role will also be an adaptable digital transformation, new framework, Dr. Nayara, you know? And then he will show us the impacts also of the business and other things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nada. Thank you all.
Mikhail, please continue.
All right. The next speaker is from, again, a very interesting country, India. And she's Professor Dr. Bino Thomas. Now some interesting notion about this great person. All right. She's from India, but she has bachelor in maths and education, master in very interesting area, arts in sociology, in philosophy, also in tourism and travel management, also PhD in Himalayan studies with specialization in sociology. Very interesting, this aspect. Now some more information about her experience. She has interesting certificates about teaching learning methodology in mathematics, also teaching learning methodology in physics, also certificates of attendance of workshop conducted on environmental issues. So interesting aspect. Okay, real science, math, physics, chemistry, but also about environmental, which I think is very amazing to think in all of these aspects. And one more thing, maybe during all of this, she made a lot of interesting things. For example, demonstrated on educational program at the Earth Gallery, Ballarat, for the students of Steiner School in Ballarat, and not the least invigilator for the exam at the University of Melbourne in Australia. Congratulations for all of these awards. And you can start. Your stage is yours. Welcome.
Yes, welcome, Professor Dr. Bino Thomas. We are honored to
thank
have
you.
you here. We don't see you. We don't see you.
Oh, I am
You
here.
are in dark.
Oh, I don't know what happened.
Yes,
Uh,
we see. Please, we see your poster. Can you on your move? Please try to again open the camera. Move the button.
can you see me or just the
No,
poster?
we only see the poster. Your background. I think that,
only the background.
yes.
Can you see my? I have shared the screen. Can you see the screen?
we see the presentation. We would like to see you, but if it is a problem, it's okay. Professor Dr.
I will try to.
You can start. You can enlighten us with your speech, with your presentation, with your research. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Nada, and thank you, Dr. Mikhail, for the very good presentation for the very good introduction that you have given today. And I really enjoyed enjoyed this session. I was listening to Dr. Kalpana, Dr. Frolin, Dr. Muttamaya from Indonesia, and Dr. Nayara from Radwan from Egypt, Saudi Arabia. So it was an interesting session, and I thank Dr. Piyush for giving me this opportunity, Dr. Nada for organizing this beautiful platform for presenting our
Yes, our great works, and we are honored that you are now continuing with your great work, with your innovative research in multidisciplinary field. Thank you.
Okay, so let me just start with the first thing. I am just talking first. Let me just start with innovative research. So let us understand what is innovative research. So our topic today, since it's innovative research on multidisciplinary field, let me just explain to you. We have heard from so many great people about innovative research. So first, let me start the definition for innovative research. So innovative research involves looking for solution either to known or sometimes unknown, sometimes to unknown, sometimes to undefined needs. And innovative research focuses on creating new ideas. That's what we are here bringing out our views and views about this particular area. So innovative research focuses on creating new ideas, analyzing problems, diagnosing them, and identifying their causes. So this research can focus all our problems, analyze, diagnose, and finally identify the cause for it. So innovative research, again, it creates new businesses, solutions, strategies, technologies, and processes. Then when we come to the next, especially this has been innovation research, also can focus on many of our problems in the society across disciplinary science that focuses on the analysis of how the new comes into the being. Then when we come to the next part, we have certain areas. My
Dr.
particular
Bino,
interest.
Dr. Bino, please, we didn't see your presentation. Can you put a full mode, please? Because it is very small to us on the screen, if you can.
Oh, it's become too small.
Yes,
So,
very. We don't see nothing. Yes.
Okay, can it be seen now?
Yes, can you try to put a full screen?
Yeah, this is a full screen. So this is a full screen. Can it be seen properly?
Excuse me.
Can it be seen
You
properly?
can make it full screen.
Full screen, full screen.
Full
Not
screen. There is a button in your right side, in bottom side.
you have
Right
please,
bottom.
you have
click
press,
that.
So it is a full screen.
F5. Press F5 if you
It-
can.
It is
a
not in
full
presentation
screen
mode,
now.
madam.
Yes.
It is in full screen
Otherwise,
now. Can you see?
you try to push Control F5.
Yes, try
No, this is
F5.
in full screen now. This is in full
Okay,
screen
okay.
now.
Let us, the Professor Dr. Bino, please continue. Please continue. Okay.
Yeah, please continue. It is visible. No problem.
Is it full screen now?
Not now. It is
No,
not full screen.
it isn't, but it is visible. Please, Dr. Bino, you can continue.
No, I just want to, because it says that it is in full screen.
Maybe to you says, to us it is not visible, but no problem. So please don't make it small. Don't do it smaller. Let's continue with this type. It's okay.
Okay. Can you see? I'm just asking you whether you can see the screen or not.
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay. So when we talk about multidisciplinary, so this is since we are discussing about innovative research, which involves looking for solution either to known or sometimes to undefined needs. These are the gaps of wide spaces in the market where new markets or services can radically make a difference to consumers or businesses while creating financial benefits to the creators. Now, when we talk about innovative research, it focuses on creating new ideas, analyzing problems, diagnosing them, and identifying their causes. Innovative research creates new businesses, solutions, strategies, technologies, and processes across disciplinary focus, science that focuses on analysis of how new things comes into being. My particular interest is on integrated offerings of products and services, sometimes of product service system, that is PSS. Innovation research can focus on single or multiple actors and their roles within innovation systems such as firms in general, manufacturer, producer, market intermediaries, example, consultancies, brokers, etc., consumer, user, and other user communities, supplier, government and regulatory bodies, etc. Sometimes studies can be performed on different levels, such as individual inventor or user, within teams or projects, firms, but also across firms within one or multiple industries or countries. Hence, one might distinguish between innovation economics and innovation management. Now, innovative research is a search for new business and strategic techniques and methods. They develop and optimize well-known methodologies, enabling the implementation of new and better solution. So is the screen visible now?
It is, but we don't see
Okay.
you. Audience, see
You
me,
don't
not you.
No, the screen has been seen.
Yes,
PowerPoint,
yes.
PPT,
Continue, please. Yes.
PPTs can be seen.
Yes.
So now
Yeah, it is
next one
visible,
is
madam. You please continue.
Yes,
okay.
Dr.
So
Bino.
innovative research focuses on creating new ideas, analyzing problems, diagnosing them, and identifying their causes. Now I'm just giving an example of English language teachers of today. They need to explore new possibilities and avenues for promoting better language skill development among the learners. So that is very important for the English teachers. Changes have been happening in the academic and professional environment of developing knowledge societies, and skills development has acquired renewed focus. English language learning is an essential professional skill, and English language teaching, that is ELT, teachers, especially those teaching English for specific purposes, ESP, to undergraduate engineering students in colleges and other institutions. Then now when we talk about the innovative research which creates new business solutions, which I have explained, they implement and observe modern improved strategies, set research hypotheses, and develop a methodology of key research objectives. Also, innovative research to the increase of effectiveness, increase of product quality, and reduction of production cost is also involving. They focuses on optimizing manufacturing processes and creating new product ideas. Emerging innovative qualitative research methodologies in social sciences are briefly identified, and arguments for and against methodological innovations are explored. The stages of creativity and phases of innovation are highlighted in a research environment to show social science researchers that innovative research methodologies can be created, and that barriers to creativity and innovation can be overcome using various techniques. One can apply creativity, that is very important, equally important like innovation. So one can apply creativity and innovation to identify new and novel ways of undertaking qualitative research, as well as being able to integrate innovative methodologies with the existing methodologies. It can bring down giant incumbents while propelling some small outsiders into the dominant positions. Then, without innovation, now we are now discussing about innovation. So without innovation, or the stages of, when we talk about without innovation, we have been talking about innovation. Now, without innovation, incumbents slowly lose both sales and profitability as competitors innovate past them. Innovation provides an important basis by which world economies compete in the global marketplace. Innovation is also a broad topic, and a variety of disciplines address various aspects of innovation, including marketing, quality management, operations management, technology management, organizational behavior, the product development, strategic management, and economies. So These are the factors which are coming under the broad topic innovation. Research on innovation has proceeded in many academic fields with incomplete links across these fields. Now, for example, research on market pioneering. Typically does not connect with that on diffusion of innovations or the creative design of new products. A necessary component of profitability is revenue, and revenue depends on satisfying customer needs better or more efficiently than competitors can satisfy those needs. So overall, marketing is a well-positioned to participate in the understanding and management of innovation within firms and markets, because a primary goal of innovation is to develop new or modified products for enhanced profitability. A necessary component of profitability, as I've just discussed, it is revenue. Research in marketing is intrinsically customer and competitor focused, and thus will well situated to study how a firm might better guide innovation to meet its profitability goals successfully. Now we hope this attempted integration will stimulate fertilization and interaction across fields and promote productive new research. This review attempts to summarize key ideas, highlight problems that are to be addressed, and suggest questions for future research, combining or involving more than one discipline or field of study, say interdisciplinary, which we are going to discuss. Treatment requires a multidisciplinary approach involving physicians, practitioners, nutritionists, psychologists, trainers, and gynecologists. Multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary learning is a whole or comprehensive method that covers an idea, topic, or text by integrating multiple knowledge domains. It is a very powerful method of teaching that crosses the boundaries of a discipline and curriculum in order to enhance the scope of the depth of learning. Now, next, let me just explain to you about the multidisciplinary skills. So here, multidisciplinary skills. So I have got a blog here that is Interdisciplinary Approach, which is all are related to the environmental education. For example, life science, earth science, social studies, communication, arts, humanities, maths, physical science, vocational study, etc., etc. So, but now let me just explain to you what is a multidisciplinary skill or multidisciplinary skills. Abilities that can facilitate the process to find solutions to complex problems from several perspectives. Say, for example, nanobiotechnology, which Dr. Kalpana had mentioned, is the science in which living matter can be manipulated and exploited to produce materials within the nanoscale. It is a multidisciplinary field of science framed by biology, chemistry, engineering, materials, and life sciences. Different biological entities can be exploited to yield biologically synthesized nanomaterials, including bacteria, yeast, fungi, viruses, algae, plant extracts, and agro-industrial waste. Now, how can I improve my multidisciplinary skills? First one, Members of a multidisciplinary team will have different qualifications, training, and methods of working. They should learn from each other, respect other points of view, prevent power struggles, build a community within the workplace. That is very important. These points, if you follow, we can have a multidisciplinary field where we are working together. We can improve the multidisciplinary skills, build a community within the workplace, use communicational skills. So these are the important points that we need to look into for improving your multidisciplinary skills. Now coming to multidisciplinary education. Multidisciplinary education is a unique educational approach that allows the students to learn. Our focus is the students. In the educational field, the approach is for the students to learn and explore distinct subjects or curriculum from various disciplines. Education is not limited to a particular discipline. We have discussed, I have also, and our other speakers have also discussed about various disciplines. For instance, a student of engineering can take a subject from humanities. That is totally a different topic here. So he can or she can take a subject from humanities, which is totally a different field. Now, next, when we move to multidisciplinary approach, which is again, it is a curriculum integration that highlights the diverse perspectives that different disciplines can bring to illustrate a theme, subject, or issue. In a multidisciplinary curriculum, multiple disciplines are used to study the same topic. When we speak of the hierarchical educational structure, the concept of learning gets bounded with so many aspects such as curriculum, teaching learning methodologies, time limitation, and much more. In a crux, the vision of education gets compromised. That is your focus. The vision of education, it should be compromised at all aspects. Now let me just talk about multidisciplinary class. So a multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary course is a team-taught course in which students are asked to understand a single subject as it is seen by two or more traditional disciplines. That is why in today's hyper-competitive world, limitless learning, a unique educational system that promotes a multidisciplinary approach to help students follow their passion is vital. That is very, very important for the students to follow these things. Now the same thing, the main goal of tertiary education. Let's see what it has to say. It has to develop knowledge about a certain discipline that can engender in students the capacity to analyze information and apply it to the real life cases. That is very important. Whatever you're going to learn, you are going to apply it in your real life cases. So basically, when you talk about the students' studies, the main focus is we are looking into real life cases. So whatever theory part is being explained to the students, it is been connected to the real life cases so that to improve students' understanding, that is the focus, to improve students' understanding and make the learning process more productive and enjoyable. And they need to experience the connection between different subjects of the respective curricula. Innovation can make a difference in addressing urgent developmental challenges such as providing access to drinking water. Apart from education, we have so many other things, eradicating neglected diseases or reducing hunger, the transfer and when necessary adaptation of technologies, that is very important. Developed in different countries can often contribute significantly to these goals.
Dr. Bino, please, we are broken the time. We get you a lot of time. So
Okay.
please, can you come
Okay,
to the
the
conclusion? Yes,
last one,
please.
the
Thank
contribution
you.
of
I
innovation
apologize.
to last one, last slide. The contribution of innovation to economic growth and well-being as a part of broad policy agenda. Innovation helps to drive economic growth and address social economic challenges such as poverty and health. So apart from our education system, we are also looking into the other aspects of socio-economic challenges such as poverty and health. Many growth enhancing innovation also address social challenges. Thank you so much for giving me this platform to present my views on innovative research in multidisciplinary field.
Thank you. Thank you very much, respected Dr. Bino. Very informative, very insightful session. Great points, great explanation. You know, for scholars, for all of us, you gave more information. You explain it on with the examples. Thank you very much. Please, can you stop sharing the presentation? Thank you.
Yes,
Michael, do you have something to add on my comment, please?
Okay, with what I want to add, and I like it, the idea. You give interesting example. For example, okay, now innovative research, multidisciplinarity, but example, language, teacher, English, and the market pioneering. I like it, the idea that you don't put only on one subject, you put on multiple subject. And it was very interesting to put in more views, more perspective, let's say.
Yeah, I want to cover all the subjects within that short time. I hope I
Please,
could do
Dr.
it.
Bino, can you cover your camera? We want to see you in 1 minute.
Oh, that's what I'm trying. I'm trying for that.
Listen. We will continue with our conference, but please try to make you visible to us, to our audience.
Okay. Sure.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we are moving to our next great speaker. She is in the youngest generation. She is an amazing researcher. She is really also very close to my heart. I like her work. I adore working with her. So, dear Michael, please introduce our next great academician.
All right, so we are still in India. This person is called Miss Dr. Sheetal Machindura Randir. And now some interesting information. So she's an assistant professor at Pune University, international author and speaker, President United Nations Welfare Foundation, Women Empowerment. And now some interesting records which she had. She's awarded as International Nelson Mandela Award of Best Social Worker in 2020. Congratulations, this is one of the most prestigious awards in the world. Also, she's member of the Advisory Board of Education at WSMAC California in USA. She's a global ambassador of the New World People's Forum, TWPF, Bangladesh. Also, she's member and official volunteer of various international organizations like UNESCO, United Nations, International Human Rights Commission, IHRC, and the World People Forum. She has done 5 world records. International journal using international journal and magazine. And not at least, she is awarded by Presidential Advisory Board, United States of America for services promoting humanity and peace. She is also felicitated by Global Award by Universal Record Forum USA for services towards international human rights and peace. For all of this, Please, big round of applause to Sheetal and Randir from India.
Yes. Great. You, great presenter, our great Dr. Sheetal. Her heart is for humanity and society, and she's giving love to all she is doing. Welcome, dear Dr. Sheetal. Enlighten us today.
Good evening, all of you. Am I
Yes.
audible?
I think that you have a double device. Please try something with the sound.
Yes. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible, but double. We hear a double sound. But try. So we will tell you.
Oh, echo is coming from our
Now
side.
am I audible?
Doctor, what you say? I think.
Ma'am, you are using two devices.
Yes, you are using.
Yes.
Yes, can you use only
Yeah,
one
so
device?
Yes,
keep
I
that-
will.
Keep that out of your range.
Yeah. Now am I audible?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
You
Allow
are.
me to share my
You can.
PPT.
You can. Yes, you can.
Good evening, all of you from India. This is Dr. Sheetal Gandhi, and here is my PPT. Am I going to talk? I'm going to talk on the multidisciplinary research. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude towards the organizer for organizing such a wonderful and live topic, which is need of an hour. If you'll go through the Indian national education policy, so it has emphasized more on the research from students to teacher also. So today I'm going to talk about the structure, the important structure, as I'm also the part of the Scopus Review Committee. So whatever the basic structure or aspects required for the multidisciplinary research that I'm going to focus here. I would like to mention one more thing here, that my research made me reach, and this is the fruit of my research that I'm here presenting my topic. My research model as felicitated by 7 world record, which is for the sustainable development contribution. So let's move toward the topic. So let us understand first what is multidisciplinary research. Already a few researchers they have already expressed their view, but still I'll just touch the concept. Multidisciplinary research takes place when faculty from different disciplines work independently on a common problem or research question. In this approach, faculty share research goals and work on the same problem, but look at it from their own discipline. Yeah.
Dr. Sheetal.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, but it was again a double. So
okay, now
it is okay. Please, can you try to put a full screen?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
This screen is visual.
We see the screen, but it is not a full screen.
It's not a full screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Nada, I am here.
Okay, great.
Go to party.
I am visible now.
Now is it, ma'am? Is it visible now?
Yes, Dr. Sheetal, it is. Great. You can continue. Great.
So as I told you that the one problem, and we are looking by the different views. So multidisciplinary research takes place when faculty from different disciplines work independently on a common problem or research question. In this approach, faculty share research goal and work on the same problem, but look it from their own discipline perspective. Now, let us understand research involves a systematic process. As being a part of Scopus review committee, research review committee, although you're from different field, we are expecting the same common platform where you're presenting your research in front of the world, where you are generalizing your research. So research involves a systematic process that focus on being objectives and the multitude of information for analysis so that the researcher can come to a conclusion. This process is used in all research and evaluation projects, regardless of the research methods, scientific method of inquiry, evaluation research, or action research. This process focuses on the testing hunches or ideas in a park and recreation setting through a systematic process. In this process, the study is documented in such a way that another individual can conduct the same study again, which is also known as a replication. Now, I know all are the academician, so putting this topic in front of you, that is like telling ABCD to the master of English language, but still it is very important as being a reviewer of in a research committee. We are expecting few things in a structure, and that is this. When we are going to do a multidisciplinary research and when we are having a multidisciplinary approach, as being a PhD guide, I am expecting this from my student. Selection of the research problem, extensive literature survey, making a hypothesis, preparing the research design, sampling, data collection, data analysis, hypothesis testing, generalization and interpretation, preparation of the thesis. This is applicable for the action research. Now, let us understand what process we are expecting in the multidisciplinary approach. First, we'll have to find out the problem. We must know what is our exactly problem, what we are going to put in this approach. Then we must have enough review of literature. We have to clarify the problems. We must understand first this what we are writing, what we are searching. Then the fourth is clarity, define terms and concepts, defining the population, develop the instrumentation plan, collect the data, analyze the data, and conclusion, and findings and suggestions. As being a researcher, I always feel every researcher must give these suggestions, models, path to the research, to the society, because as being a researcher, we know what is the exactly problem and what is the exactly solution, what is the shortcut to reach, to solve that problem, to reach the solution. So we can put that solution in the model and we can contribute to the research area. Now, the research design, we all know the research design. The abstract must be there, the contents, tables, recommendation, acknowledgement. Yeah, this is just a formalities, but the very important thing is that the preliminary pages, which is very important. Few times we write a multidisciplinary approach and we use our freestyle to present our research, but not, although you're from science background, arts background, engineer background, or commerce background, in a multidisciplinary approach also you'll have to follow this universal rule of research. And that is, there must be the title of the research with the date, publication, certification, copyrights, declaration, dedication, then abstract. Abstract is the soul of that research. That is a quickly scan of the research. Then table, contents, acknowledgements. Then there must be the focus on the introduction and the background of the study. Here we are going to focus on the problem of the statement, research objectives, hypothesis, research questions, scope of the study, limitations, definitions, key concepts also known as connotations of the term, and it must be part of the literature review and organization of the study. In this, I'm going to focus on your research objective, which is the path of your research. This research objective is going to tell you how, where, when, and how can I reach till my research? This is the path. This is the answer of 5 W's. How can I complete my research? And the hypothesis, that is a brilliant guess for your tentative problem. And your research question. This must be, fully understandable to researcher. Then only you can come across to your research. Then literature review, theoretical review, empirical review, conceptual framework, and research gap and knowledge. My dear brothers and sisters, see, literature review is already available, but there is one framework to put that literature review. And the review literature, nowadays, Google is everywhere. You can Google anything, you will get anything. But while finding the literature review, please be very careful. Whatever is available on the Google, it's not authentic. First, in my research days, what we had to go to the library. We had to search the various books which is authentic, and we have to sit in the library hours and hours related to our subject. But nowadays, the students are very lucky. The entire thing is available on the net. But whilst collection of the literature review, while going through the literature review, we need to be very careful what to take and what not to take. The research methodology. In multidisciplinary research, people are using various methods of the research, new advanced methods, then ancient methods. But in this method, while selection of research design, it is a blueprint for the data collection, measurement, and analysis of the data. And we'll have to focus on the area of the study. We'll have to focus on the population of the study. We'll have to focus on the sampling, designing, and sample and data collection, validity, the reliability of the study, data analysis, and ethical consideration. Below me here, all are the doctors, and they may have the same feeling which I have, as being a guide. Whenever we look at the research paper, we can understand whether this person understand his problem, understand his area, understand his concept clearly or not. So the research design is very much important. Research methodology is very much important. Let me give you one example about the sampling. My teacher used to give this example. In India, whenever mother cooks the rice, if she wants to test whether this rice has cooked or not, what she does, she removed 2, 3, 4, 5 units out of the cooked rice, and she check like this, and she comes on conclusion whether this is cooked or not. So that out of that 1 lakh units, the 4, 5 units, 10 units, whatever she takes for the analysis. So that is called the sampling. That 4, 5 units are the samples. I'll give you one more example. Whenever we want to, in a medical research, if you want to come on the conclusion whether this person is, if the person is suffering from the fever, what is the reason behind the fever? What doctor says, the blood test. For doing the blood test, doctor takes small unit, not whole the blood, small unit. So that is your sample. So selection of the sample, it's very much important in the research. It's very much important in the research. If we are going to talk on the same, so it will be another conference. But while writing the multidisciplinary research, sampling technique is very much important if you are using. And another is data analysis and the ethical consideration. The research process, in a conclusion session, that every research must have the it is involved the findings, analysis, and discussion, but there must be, after conclusion, there must be these recommendation also and suggestions models also, which is really helpful for the society. And the last pages, which is very much important, but we do forget, the references, appendices, questionnaire, sample information, mathematical derivations. So coming on the conclusion, that although while doing any research, we must have this strong mindset. Whatever we are doing, we are giving research. It is, it is one of the miracle field. It is very, interesting field where we are giving our own contribution for the society, for the sustainability, for the development. This is very blessingful things and work for the researcher. So while doing research, while doing a PhD, while doing master degree, whenever we come at the stage of research, sometimes we feel what to do or what not to do. In that time, just one personal suggestion for you all, that please always have a powerful self-image, strong beliefs, happy thoughts, and state of mind forever affects habit. The successful automation leadership qualities and the self-talk, self-visualization, introspection, self-respect, and feeling enough self-moral, and again the same, the powerful image that, and always have this self-talk that something we are doing for the world, something we are doing for the society. I know we all are not here for living forever, but whatever we have a life that, yes, as being a researcher will give a very best contribution to the society in a multidisciplinary approach. Whenever we are going to do this research, yes, kindly we need to follow all this structure, then it is going to, then only it is the original research contribution. At last, I'll just say, we will work days and nights with full patience to the way right. We'll make history, don't surprise. Still like sun, we will rise. Still like sun, we will rise. Once again, I express my sincere gratitude towards this conference. Really, they have brought a very best topic, which is need of an hour for the researcher. Thank you very much. And also I express my sincere gratitude towards my best friend, Dr. Nada Roderick, for giving me such a wonderful opportunity, and Honorable Piyush Pandit for organizing such a wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Great, Dr. Sheetal. As you say on your last quote of the day, we are working day and night with full patience to the way right. We will make history, and we are making history, and we are making each day surprises, just like the sun is rises. That is why
Yes.
we are the enthusiasts and very, very optimistic, and we are thankful for each one day we have to make a new research. Thank you. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Yes.
Listen,
Thank you very
listen.
much.
Thank you. And for you, I have a surprise. You will see it very soon because I know that is the thing that you adore. So be prepared.
Yes.
Now I will give the word to my great moderator, our student, Mikhail. Mikhail, please, for Dr. Sheetal, what she recommended to the science, to the scholars, to you.
All right. So, congratulations for this presentation.
Thank
And
you.
also, I want to congratulate for your originality. I like the last quote. I saw this is personal, your own quote. And I like it very much. And which I like it the most, and I think it's very interesting also for students. It was the last diagram with building strong mindset.
Dr.
It
Sheetal, you have an open
Yes.
presentation. You can come back
Yes.
on that diagram, please.
the previous.
Yes.
Yes, previous slide.
I like it, the concept that it is started with powerful self-image. You develop, and develop, and the final you finish with feeling high self-moral. And it is very interesting. It is like an adventure about developing yourself and try to be confident with you and also with the environmental. And yeah, I think it's very important, this aspect, not only for me, but also for students, but also for every people who want to achieve something in their life.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah, big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Sheetal will stop the presentation now. So we will continue. Dr. Sheetal, can you stop the presentation? Dr. Sheetal, please, can you stop your presentation?
Yes, I'm trying. Yes, just 1 minute,
Okay,
1 minute.
thank you, thank you. Until our Dr. Sheetal close her presentation, we are going to our next great speaker. As our Mikhail said before, we are in India. We are still now in India, and we have a great academician, a great researcher, a great science, Dr. Souvik Ganguly. Please, dear Mikhail, will you introduce our great Dr. Souvik?
Yes, sure. Okay. Dr. Souvik Ganguly from India has completed his PhD in the area of system identification and control. He is from Tapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, and he did his Master Tech in Mechatronics Engineering from National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Kolkata. Also, he is associated with Tapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala, as an assistant professor. And he has more than 15 years of experience in academics. Before joining academics, he has served the industry for more than 2 years. He has organized several workshops and expert lectures for the students. Now, some interesting aspects. Okay, he has edited the books Titled Intelligent Green Technology for Sustainable Smart Cities, also Industrial Control System Theory on Application, and he has guided a total of, okay, interesting number, 28 master's degree students under his supervisor. 3 of his students are presently pursuing PhD under his able guidance. His research interests include more order reduction, identification and control, nature-inspired materialistic algorithms, electronic devices, and very on the topic, renewable energy application. Congratulations, sir. Your stage is yours. Welcome.
Welcome, welcome, respected Dr. Souvik.
Thank you, Mihail, for introducing me to the audience. And let me share my screen. I hope that it is visible to all of you. And I'll be
Yes,
sharing.
Okay. A full.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you put a full screen?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
now it's fine.
Great, great, but we don't, let me see, we don't see you yet. Okay, you can continue. Yes.
Yeah. At the start, at the very start, we'd like to share you a very interesting and a very good news from my research front. Just half an hour back, I received a mail from my attorney that our German patent is now accepted for grant. So it's an IoT-based application on for helping the military. It's an IoT-based robot for military application on which the patent was filed, and it's a German patent. So it's another important work where the multidisciplinary research is involved, and we are almost a team of 6 people who have worked on it tirelessly to make this particular patent work for us, and hopefully it will do good in our future as well. So with this, I'll start on, but since it's an aspect of multidisciplinary research, I would like to work upon or try to put my best efforts regarding some of the tips and the best practices that we need to have in order to get our articles being published in quality journals. So here is with which we will start this presentation, and we'll go in for some typical article format in a particular journal. So I'll like to list out some of the standard which I have taken from the IEEE format. They go in this particular manner, where we will first of all, we should have a title of the paper, of the journal article. We will have an abstract. Well, apart from that, we will be also discussing methodology of the work, how the problem has been formulated and how we are trying to achieve that particular problem. Apart from that, there will be a results and discussion sections, apart from concluding the remarks and providing some future scope of work. Along with, we will also cite some of the references that have been used in this article. So this is a typical format from the IEEE, which we try to put it in the form of a consolidated approach or the typical form of a journal article. Apart from that, first of all, just as I told you, my first topic was title. So I'll preferably be taking into account what are the good things that we do with the title or what are the bad things. So that's why we have written it in the slide, good title versus bad title. We have to be very much specific. We have to be concise. And at the same time, it must reflect what your article is all about. So your reader or your audience must know that is that particular article relevant to me. Say, for example, I'm working in the area of system identification and control. I'm working in the area of metaheuristics. I'm working in the area of quantitative research. Likewise, so is the article which I'm reading is relevant to me? How will I get to know? I'll simply check its keywords, simply check its effective title, right? So you have to be very specific, you have to be very concise, you have to be descriptive as well, so that we can judge from your title that whether that particular article is relevant to me. And of course, it must be catchy enough. It must grab somebody's attention so that people will feel or the readers will feel to read that particular article, at least go through the abstract. That is a charm of the paper, right? So we are to describe the content in such the fewest possible words so that it gives you the essence, it gives you the attention of the readers to go through that particular article. And of course, you must try to put in some of the keywords apart from the title. It was fit that what type of article which we are writing, whether it's for business, whether it's an article of computer science, whether it's an article of electrical engineering or any areas that you may think of. So it should fetch all your keywords. It must be brief, it must be concise, and it must reflect what your area of work is defining. So that is why we want to put in such emphasis on your title of your article. Next, we go in for the abstract, which must be the summary of your research work. There are three things which are most significantly important: what, why, and how. These are the three questions you must always ask yourself. This is, of course, for the audience, that you must always ask yourself that what you did, what is my objective, right? Why did you do it, right? So definitely it will reflect some present limitations that you must highlight upon, and in order that you must go into the discussion that why we are doing it and how are your results being presented, how important is the result, and how will your result reflect in order to carry your field forward. So these are the three important words which we always must remember while writing an abstract. It must be reflecting a concise summary of your research work. Basically, we can also classify it as objective of your work, your methodology, and your outcomes, and preferably how will it move forward ahead. So depicting some future scope of your research. So basically answering three questions: what, why, and how is the essence of writing a good abstract. After that, this is also equally important, because once it reaches your editorial team, or it reaches a team of editors or associate editor or the chief editor, they must go through your introduction as well. Not only they are looking at your title, your catchy title, your abstract. Apart from that, they must be also looking at how will you describe the present problem that you have taken up, right? You must go through the general information about the topic, some prior art, right? Some literature survey or some related works that you must emphasize upon relating to your research, of course, and what hypothesis or what is the overview of the result that you'd like to draw, and how is your article being organized, how is the rest of your article being organized. So these are the essential points which you must highlight in your introduction section. So it will go step by step in this particular manner, giving an overview about the topic on which you are working on, some related works that are pertaining to your research, your hypothesis or what you did and how do you did it, and a few overview of your results. Not quantitative overview. We will of course not expect quantitative overview in your introduction. It will be a qualitative overview of your results, at what we have expected. Say for example, we hybridized two techniques, two algorithms. So we are expecting that it is performing better. It should perform better as compared to the independent techniques. So likewise, you can give an overview of your results. And after that, how will your article flow be like? It is the article flow. How is your article being organized? So next we go in for methodology section, where basically you can also divide this particular methodology section into two parts. Namely, we normally do it in engineering stream. We normally do it using problem formulation, and the next part is method or the proposed method. So you can also subdivide into two parts, basically problem formulation part, that how you are tackling a particular problem. First you define that particular problem and try to prove or disprove your hypothesis, the existing hypothesis, and then we'll clarify some using some illustrations. We give some ideas to support that particular your own hypothesis. So it's two ways. You can divide it into two subsections. First subsection you can give it in the form of problem formulation, and the second subsection you can name it as your proposed method. What is the proposed technique which you are highlighting, and how would you carry out your research forward. Next comes the results. Although we call it results and discussions sometimes, or most commonly used term is results and discussions, but still we would like to keep it as results. That how will you demonstrate your or how will you showcase your solved problem, and what are the most significant advances that you have. So preferably we can use tables in order to represent your data or some exact values, or you may also put it in the form of some diagrams which we call as the figures. So tables and figures are must in the results section, and you must always, it's a good practice that you must always be very clear, very concise in summarizing your results section. And always, it's a very good practice to use figures or tables in order to narrate or in order to illustrate your findings. Apart from that, let us have the discussions and conclusion sections, because this is at the end of your research, where we are calling it that it will link up your results and discussion sections would link up your conclusions, and how will you make some inroads for the future researchers. So you must explain over here that why your research is offering some new solution, some innovative solution, some innovative technique that you have adapted, and what is the practical implication, what are the societal impact of your results. Definitely you must highlight upon, and you must of course summarize the achievements of your research. At least you must relate to the problem that is being stated in your introduction section, or the problem that you have highlighted in your problem formulation as well. And you must also include a quantitative summary of your main findings and the implications related to your field, whichever field you are working on. Apart from that, we must also provide some benefits of this particular research area, and also we must provide some shortcomings as well. It is a good practice to quote some of the limitations of the present research that you have conducted. Rather than, I should say it in the way that you should put some assumptions which are used to simplify your problem. So that simplification may be carried out in the form of a limitation. So that those assumptions should be, those simplifications should be avoided in future, and you must always add some future areas of research, because normally your reviewers are very much interested to know that what is the progress that you will make further in the applied field, whichever field that you are dealing with. So this is how we frame our articles, and whichever research we are talking about, whether we are talking about some engineering field or some multidisciplinary research where researchers from different backgrounds, like us, we are from electrical side, somebody has assisted me in from electronics background, somebody is looking at my IoT side, or likewise, we always go for a multidisciplinary team or an interdisciplinary team as well. So better that we must progress in a formal manner, and we must progress likewise, so that we must make very good inroads into some quality articles or quality research. Thank you so much. Once again, I'd like to thank IIU and Professor Dr. Nada Ratkovic for giving me this opportunity once again to speak before such a wonderful audience. Over to you, ma'am.
Who will not give you a chance? To the respected, great Dr. Sovic. We always are happy to have you, to be with you. Me, like a researcher, I like to follow your works. I like to read. Today, showing us the tips and the best practices to get published in quality journals. A very, very important topic to know, going through the methods, which problems can we have, showing the results, how to interpret, how to demonstrate, how to solve, how to summarize the data, how to make the data. And this discussion and conclusion, you explain us everything in this research, in the solution, all the implications of the results, what solutions can be presented, what is your research, at the recommendations. I'm really, really impressed. Thank you very much. Dear Michael, please.
All right. Congratulations. I like the word presentation. Okay, why? I'm a student. I take part in many competitions, national and international. And in every type of this competition, we should upload abstract and extended abstract or report. Okay, and the report in international competition has the same schematic like you presented with the main points. And okay, I watching the whole presentation and I take some notes also for my future project, because you explain very good some particular points which can be very important when you make one like this. And it was very interesting, and thank you that you show me some new ways about how to improve my documentation in the future. Thank you very much.
Respected Dr. Sovic, what you say? Are you satisfied?
Yeah, of course, it's always a good platform to be a part of IIU. And I think
why are you in dark? Why are you in dark?
It's a problem related to my screen.
Oh,
it's a problem with my display device.
Oh.
It's with my display device.
Okay, no problem. Big clap for our great Dr.
Thank you so much.
Sovic.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Michael, let's go.
All right. The next speaker is also from India, and his name is Dr. Suraj Kumar Mukti. Okay, some information about this interesting person. Dr. Suraj Kumar Mukti is working as an assistant professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Raipur. He has completed his PhD research work at his own institute, NIT Raipur, under the supervision of Dr. I.M. Ravani. All right. He has teaching and research experience of more than 20 years and also served as an engineer in state government. He has published more than 40 papers in reputed journals and attended presenting research papers in many important international conferences within the country and abroad as well. Dr. Suraj Kumar Mukti has authored many books, Customer Relationship Management and Management Perspective Executions. He is lifetime member of Institute of Engineering in India, Indian Society for Technical Education, South Asia Institute of Science and Engineering. And not the least, he is the recipient of many prestigious awards like Mahatma Jyotiba Phule Fellowship Award, and also he's editorial board member, International Journal of Core Engineering, and many other reputed journals. Great person. Please, Dr. Suraj Kumar Mukti, your stage is yours.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes, welcome, Dr. Suraj. We are honored to have you here on the IIU Second International Conference. We are welcoming you. I will say we are honored you're coming from the National Institute of Technology, from the Raipur. Please enlighten us with your great work and great speech today.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Namaste. This is Dr. Suraj Kumar Mukti from NIT Raipur, India. Thank you very much, Madam Nada and Dr. Mihail, for giving me this great opportunity to share my views in this platform. And I have learned a lot from previous speakers. This was very learning opportunity for me. Being a professor at national level institute, I'm very much eager to learn something from you guys. So I was lucky that I was able to learn from you people. Thank you very much for all these things.
Thank you.
And nicely coordinated by Dr. Nada and Dr. Mihail sir. So I would like to congratulate both of them for this nice presentation and organization first.
We are little broken the time, but you know, how can to say somebody please stop?
Yeah, no issue, ma'am.
You
Yeah,
know,
I
it is a
understand.
time is always a problem.
Yeah,
I
I understand the
apologize,
issue.
but
No, not a problem,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
So no problem. So without taking much time, I would like to show my presentation. I would like to share my screen here.
Sir?
I believe it is visible to you.
It is, but it is still not a full screen. If you, great, Professor, great.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Is it okay? Yeah, I believe I'm audible and visible.
Yes. Continue. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So the today's presentation topic will be the knowledge management and its industrial application. Since the platform gives us a opportunity to show various fields, interdisciplinary fields. So here I'm in this presentation, I am going to emphasize on management side, that is especially related to knowledge management. And I would like to thank these speakers of day 2. I have learned a lot from these people, and this will be the content of today's presentation. What is knowledge, type of knowledge, what is knowledge management, process of knowledge management, what will be the salient feature of knowledge management, why this knowledge management is necessary in any organization. Then we'll learn about strategies of implementation of knowledge management. And at the last side, we would discuss about why do organizations invest in knowledge management and what is the outcome of knowledge management. We'll see here one by one. Let's move here. What is knowledge? So basically, knowledge means it is the purified version of data. Nowadays, the people from all over the world is emphasizing on data first. So we are learning so many data mining, material, machine learning, and IoT. Everywhere we are using data. So data is the power in this world nowadays. Okay. So here we have seen various types of data. Then it becomes information. Then it becomes knowledge ultimately. So here we can see see the hierarchy of data. When it is in lower side, it shows it shows the mass structure, mass quantity of data. And once it is purified, we go for some kind of process like purification process. Then it becomes information. Okay. And the if the information becomes useful for society, for person, for people, then it becomes knowledge. Okay. So here we have shown like a data collection method, organizing, summarizing, analyzing. Up to this point, here we can see up to this point it is considered as an information. And when it is synthesized and the data becomes the tool, on the basis of that tool, when we become to make a decision for the organization, then it becomes a knowledge. Okay, so knowledge is nothing but it is the purified version of data. Okay, now here we'll focus on some types of knowledge. Like broadly we can categorize this knowledge in two categories. First one is called as explicit knowledge, and second one is called as tacit knowledge. What is the meaning of explicit? I would like to show some points here, especially for like formal knowledge and available in the form of books, reports, whatever knowledge is stored anywhere, like in the form of books, in the form of written material in internet. Okay, in the form of video, in the form of tab or audio, etc., which are called as explicit knowledge. Okay, it can be considered as a secondary data also. Fine, it can be articulated, it can be transferred from one media to another media. So that is called as explicit knowledge. Second knowledge is called as tacit knowledge. It is especially we can say it is kind of informal knowledge. Okay, highly invisible, which is not visible, which is not recorded anywhere in the book, which is not recorded in anywhere in the internet or anywhere, like in form of video or in form of audio. It is not recorded anywhere, so that is called as tacit knowledge. So tacit knowledge can be converted into explicit knowledge. So tacit knowledge is considered as a primary data, and explicit knowledge is considered as a secondary data. Okay, so here we have divided knowledge into two categories. Now here we have some definitions about the knowledge, what is called as knowledge ultimately. So here I would like to elaborate this definition is: knowledge management is the process of frequently managing knowledges of all kinds to meet existing and emerging needs, to identify and exploit existing and acquired knowledge assets, and to develop new opportunities. Basically what we are doing, what we are trying to do is we are trying to extract the useful functions from existing resources here. Another definition shows that it is a formalization of experience and how to assess the knowledge and proficiency that produce new competence, enable superior routine, boost innovation, and increase customer satisfaction. So here in this definition, we are focusing on the customer side, on the customer satisfaction. So ultimately, for what purpose these organizations and enterprises are manufactured or built? Especially we can say for to satisfy the customer. Okay, suppose I am taking an example of any organization. Suppose I am taking an example of an industry. Then to whom I am going to serve? To end users, to customers. Okay, so the customer satisfaction is my most priority. Okay, so for this purpose, I should use knowledge management in proper way in my organization. So here we can see what is called as what is knowledge management. See, here I have already elaborated this topic, data and human interpretation. So on the basis of data and human interpretation, we prepare information. Then if we use a human brain or human use, if it is applicable for human or for people, then it becomes knowledge. Okay, moving ahead. Here I have shown the process of knowledge management. Here we are able to see the hierarchy of process of knowledge management. So first of all, we create knowledge. So knowledge creation is the first step, and then we go for that the storage of that knowledge. Okay, then if you have stored anything in your godown, in your warehouse, then you should be able to retrieve that knowledge. So, and whenever the knowledge is needed for the people, for the person, then it should be able to retrieve. So the next step is knowledge sharing, and ultimately what we do with that knowledge, with that data, we just apply that knowledge for the betterment of the people. Okay, so ultimately we go for the application of knowledge for the society. Okay, here we can see the salient features of knowledge management. Initially, we built competitive advantages. It creates greater value for the organization, and it shows the opportunity and exploit them. It improves the organizational effectiveness and returns. Ultimately, what we are doing here is we try to satisfy the customer, we try to improve our effectiveness, we try to improve our efficiency so that we can serve the people in better way. This is our main motto using when we are using the knowledge management. So when we say the knowledge management means somewhere we are trying to improve the efficiency, effectiveness of the organization, and parallelly we are trying to improve the customer satisfaction. Anyhow, we are trying to improve the customer satisfaction. Okay, so this is a great tool to satisfy the customer, and this is the great tool to enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of the any organization. Now the question arises, what is the need of knowledge management, why knowledge management is needed? Okay, so here we can see when using knowledge management, marketplaces are increasingly competitive and the rate of innovation is rising nowadays. So I need knowledge management in my organization. Reduction is in staffing create a need to replace informal knowledge with formal methods. Now we need to think out of box. Okay, because in formal method there is we can say kind of saturation. So we need to think out of box. So this gives an opportunity, the knowledge management gives an opportunity to think out of box about the method, about the process, about the product. The amount of time available to experience and acquire knowledge has diminished nowadays. So we need knowledge management. Early retirements and increasing mobility of workforce lead to loss of knowledge. So to retain proper knowledge in any organization, proper knowledge management in organization is needed. We have some strategy for proper implementation of knowledge management. Okay, these are some 4 pillars: micro environment, organizational climate, technical information person, and technical climate. So climate related two pillars are there. First one is called as organizational climate and second one is called as technical climate. Okay. And another pillar is macro environment and next pillar is technical information personal. So these are basically four pillars of knowledge management. Using these pillars, we can prepare a strategy for knowledge management. Okay. Now I'll elaborate what are these pillars. Micro environment external factors are globalization, technology, and e-companies. When I consider micro environment, macro, it is not micro, it is macro. When I say macro environment, it means it is kind of globalization which relates the world to the organization, new technologies, and it shows about the various kinds of e-commerce, e-companies, e-business, etc. Fine. Next comes is organizational climate. When I say organizational climate, then it comprises three components: formal structure, informal structure, and strategy and goals. So these are the components of organizational climate. Okay. Next one is technical climate. When I say technical climate, it means infrastructure, response of change, resistance to change or conflict. Okay. So here I'll consider these broad categories under technical climate. And next one is technical information personal. It means system standardization, compatibility, usability. Okay. So when I consider these all four pillars, then definitely the implementation of knowledge management will be considered as a successful implementation. Now, next question comes in my mind is, why do organizations invest in knowledge management? What are the need of this kind of investment in knowledge management? Because it enables better and faster decision making, making it easy to find relevant information and resources. Knowledge management is useful to avoiding making the same mistake twice, or redundancy kind of thing can be eliminated using knowledge management. Taking advantage of existing expertise and experiences, communicating important information widely and quickly, promoting standard, repeatable process and procedures, making the organization's best problem solving experiences reusable. So this shows the importance of knowledge management. Okay. Finally, here I would like to conclude is, what are the applications of knowledge management? It shows the improved availability of information and sources, learning from mistakes and continual improvement of process, promotion of good practices, quicker and improved decision making within the enterprise, improved atmosphere and dedication of employees, reduce effect of losing experienced staff, protection against knowledge copying, reduce time required and developing a product and its launch onto the market, improved brand awareness, earlier detection of possible changes on the market, and finally improved detection of new business opportunities, because this is the world, this is the era where we should find out the new business opportunity, new business dimensions. Okay. So this knowledge management is very much useful to accommodate this kind of changes which are continuously coming in these days. So here we can conclude as the knowledge management is a beautiful tool, a strong tool to manage the people in an organization. And this is the this is the burning topic nowadays for the research work. Thank you very much, and your questions and suggestions are invited.
First, a big clap for you, respected Dr. Surai Kumar, for giving us your great speech, your great presentation today. Honestly, for me, I learned a lot because knowledge management and its industrial application is very important. You start from the beginning, from the definition, from the types, from the explicit, from the toxic knowledge. So you explain what is knowledge management, like a process, like a formalization. You show us the diagram, and we, through the data, the information, we need data, we need information, how we are adding the human use, and how are we getting the knowledge through the process of the knowledge management, showing us a pyramid of the applications, of the sharing, of the storage, of the creations, through the salient features of. I really remember I like infographics. You show us, you gave us the infographic with the building, with how to improve, how to see, how to create. And why knowledge management today? Very, as you said at the end, very important nowadays, like a marketplace, like all the relations, what is the amount there? So early, we are talking about human being, about people. Why are people having an early retirement, and why it is increasing today, and why it is important to have a job? This is a you are working on this national institute, and you show us, really give us a strategy how to implement this knowledge management, and put here a lot of economy, the macro environment, all the factors, the globalization, the technology. What to say, why the organization need to invest. So our today conclusion is that each one organization need to invest in knowledge management to make it better, to make easy the work, to make I can say, to learn to manage with time, giving many advantages, making the organization the problem responsible. And your conclusion, amazing. Promotion of the good practice, reducing effects of losing human being, again, reducing time. Yes, reducing time, and that is very important for us. You see, today, when we start this conference, we didn't know that we will broke the time, but this is a reality. So how to manage our employee, our staff, without a knowledge management. So I think that this is, for me, really amazing, a really new topic. I know many things, but today, how you explain us each one detail. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, if my dear Michael wants to say something, because I know that he has markets to himself notices. Michael.
Hello again. Okay. This presentation was amazing. It was very worth it, with a lot of interesting facts, with a lot of bibliography, and very interesting. And the topic, it is, as Nada said, very important nowadays, because we are living a fourth industrial revolution. About information, about data is something like, okay, I searched it on internet, the notion, we are trying to move to the weightless economy, because information, we didn't bring it. It is not in something physical. And I think it is like a challenge to understand, and also to try to work with all of this fact. And we want to thank you that you show us about how to manage this type of product in our economy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, exactly, Michael. Yes, and with the industrial application, because our great respected doctor is coming from the field of engineering, from mechanical engineering. And I can't believe this. So Professor Dr. Suray Kumar, I hope this is, yes, this is the first time on the IIU stage and in the IIU even, but be sure that we will call you very soon and continue
Sure.
our great collaboration with you. Thank you. Thank you very
Sure,
much.
ma'am. Thank you. Namaskar.
Congratulations again.
Now, from India, we are moving. We are moving to Europe. And we are moving to my beautiful country, Croatia. Yes, from Croatia, we have a great professor. We have a great personality. We have a beautiful lady. So I want to welcome our great professor, Maria Gaurina from Croatia. But before she starts, dear Mikhail, please introduce her.
Sure. Maria Gaurina is professor mentor of physics and computer science at the Technical and Industrial School of Roder Boskovic in Sinj.
Ruđer Bošković, sin.
I'm sorry.
Listen, Mikhail, listen. Now, when I move with a look, I'm looking in the technical school, Ruđer Bošković, sin. That is my town.
Sorry. So, Industrial School of Roger Boskovic in Sinj.
Sin.
I hope now it's better.
Sin.
Okay, Sin. Yeah. She continued her education with postgraduate doctoral study on research in the education of natural and technical science in Split at the Faculty of Science, majoring in physics. For 5 years, she has been scientific ambassador for the Republic of Croatia, innovative education expert, certified National Geographic educator, wow, and member of expert working groups for the European SchoolNet Academy and Polar Star. She is speaker in various STEM workshops, seminars, and courses locally, nationally, internationally, live and online. Her research interest includes analysis of gamification elements, interesting topic, and its impact on educational physics, particularly at the secondary level of education, conceptual mind maps in science education, and different representation in physics education. Congratulations for all of this. And dear Maria Gaurina, your stage is yours, please. Welcome.
Hello to you all. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. I don't know what to say. Thank you, dear Nada Ratkovic and the International Internship University for this occasion, for this opportunity. I am very grateful for this. And I am very happy that I can represent you my research. I will share my screen now. Please only say, you can say to me, can you see it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can put a full screen.
Yes, it will go.
Great.
Today I will speak you about how gamification impacts physics. Here you can see that I am from University of Split, and this is a research from our university. As Nada said before, she's looking on my school. Now I'm looking on my university. Really, I was here whole day, and we are working very hard on this topic. As Mikhail said, it is a very interesting topic, especially in STEM education. So I will not speak about gamification as concept. I will not speak about physics as a concept, as a subject, as a science. I will speak about gamification in physics and how you can do a research or scientific review of databases that are on internet, and how you can find out what others did on this topic. This was a research and it is published. It is also you can reach it on Google Scholar, you can reach it on academia, you can reach it, I hope, through a while it will be accessible on Scopus and WOS, and it is, and we are proud of it. So let's start. For introduction, students' difficulties in learning physics concepts are mainly preconceived ideas. And we call them misconceptions, alternative conceptions, or mental models. These are difficulties that we are focused on. These intuitive beliefs of students about physical phenomena are derived from inadequately understood everyday experience. And if you take gamification and its elements, you can say that gamification is the use of game elements in a non-game context. So the main idea of gamification is using game strategies, game mechanics, and aesthetics to motivate and engage participants, integrate into the lesson process or learning process the traditional game mechanics elements such as badges, points, rankings, levels, and rewards. Frameworks that systemize elements of gamification. We conceived three frameworks that were very interested for us. Fui Hoon's 5 basic principles, 7 categories of Jane McGonigal, and you can find out something more in her book Super Better, and choose octolysis and its 8 core drives. These are frameworks where gamification and its elements are represented, and they are represented on the way you can attach them in everyday life and also in educational process. The quests and objectives of our research, the aim of this research that we conducted is to conduct a systematic review of studies that have delivered methodology of gamification in physics education based on the established criteria. For this purpose, we seek to answer the following research questions. Research question number 1, what is the time distribution of studies? What are the most commonly used elements of gamification in selected studies? And what are the advantages and disadvantages of the application of gamification in these studies? Our review of the published articles was guided by the PRISMA protocol and recommendations for the systematic literature review. We searched 2 large databases of scientific materials, Web of Science and Scopus. We analyzed all available materials in both databases, which means articles published from 1950 to 2021. The selected documents applicable for our review, we had exclusion sequence regarding language. We took only English language. Regarding the format, we took only scientific papers. And regarding the area, we have eliminated socio-educational programs, public health educational programs, etc. And regarding the research questions, this was the criterion 4. We included several scientific topics, several scientific papers that were relevant for our research. These were our research results. You can see we found only 7 papers that were relevant for us, mainly new papers dating from 2019, 2021. Gamification elements which were implemented in these papers were rank, points, narrative, timer, XP quests, feedback, progress bar, and so on. And also you can see here on the left that mainly research papers were in higher education, university, or graduated. Only 2 research papers were in high school. These results suggest that gamification can and does have significant positive effects on students' motivation, engagement, and academic success. However, it is insufficiently researched as a strategy in general, and especially at the primary and secondary education level. So in conclusion, I was a little bit short in time, but Nada said I need to be short. I could speak about gamification a whole day. We researchers are like that, you know, but I put it, I compressed it in 5 slides, and this is what it is relevant. I always say, not for conclusion, I say rather than conclusion. These are open questions. Gamification elements can be implemented as triggers of motivation, engagement, and academic success of physical learners. But I don't think only physical learners, I think globally learners, students, teachers, educators, university staff. Gamification is everywhere. The concept of gamification is frequently mistaken for the notion of GBL. This is game-based learning and serious games. And to maximize the positive aspects of each of these different activities, they should be clearly delineated in educational practice and research. Gamification elements have a great promise in guiding the development of new physics education strategies, both by teachers and curriculum developers. Optimizing the best gamification practices is a broad area of possible new achievements and an uncharted new frontier for the physics education research community. And that is it. So I like to thank you, dear Nada, dear Mikhail, and all the community of IIU for this opportunity. This research is going on, and we have some new, very interesting updates. Here is my email. So everyone that is watching this that can send me a mail asking. I will send literature. I will send the link for this article. You can download it, you can read it, you can use it for your research. If you need the help in your research, you can call me. We can give you advice, especially about the topic of gamification. So if you have any questions, IIU is here, dear Nada, Mikhail is here. So call them, call me, and I will gladly help you. We are looking forward to cooperate around the world. Thank you very much, dear Nada, Mikhail.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, dear
Congratulations.
Maria. Thank you very much for your great research on this topic. How gamification impacts physics, really new for us. And as you said, you are still in a process. You are doing this research, and each one is free to contact you. If he is interested about these topics, you will help because I want to say that we Croatia peoples are really like that. Our day is not a day if we don't do something great, and also if we don't help somebody, because we are full of love. We are full of love, and not only for research, we are working for the humanity. And colleague Maria, me, and now after colleague Maria is also coming a one Croatian researcher, professor. That is our vision. That is our mission. So why IIU? Because I and we recognize IIU is only one and unique, and is offering and is giving you that what you need. Our great founder in each 1 second is helping you. So, dear Maria, great. I like this work. I like the conclusion. I like the methodology. Keep doing great work. And please, for the next time, we want to see what happened with this gamification and how your research is going forward. Thank you. Mikhail, please.
All right. Now, So this research is going on. For this, good luck to become better and better than this actual perfect. Okay, and it is an interesting topic. Why I saw in the when I present you, it is interesting gamification. So in 4 years ago, I take part in the Erasmus Plus project about this topic, and it can help a lot the students, the young people, and another also adult people. It doesn't matter the age. It's something like that. Using playing, you can develop a lot. Then you read a lot of books, something like that. And yeah, good luck with this study, and maybe in the future we can collaborate on this topic, because I want also to study more in this.
Why don't you
area.
say Maria Gaurina is for you, Joker, call, because our great Mikhail is also in science. He's getting medals. You can follow him, gold medal for the science, and he is in this field. So, Mikhail, you have a new friend today.
New friend, yes.
Yes, you have a
Thank
new
you for new
friend.
contacts.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
thank you.
So now we are still in my country. We are still in Croatia. We have another great personality, another great professor, another great researcher. Maria is from physics, and this is from chemistry. You see, STEM in Croatia, woman in science, woman in research. Dear Mikhail, please introduce our next great speaker.
So she is from a beautiful country, Croatia. I was also in this country, and I want to say it's very beautiful historical facts, and also with present with a lot of developing places. Now about our speaker. She's called Olivera Tadic, and for the last 15 years she had been working at the Mate Blazina High School in Labin, where she teaches chemistry. In the meantime, she was promoted to the title of Professor Advisor and received the award for the most successful educational worker by the, take a look, Croatian Ministry of Science and Education. Congratulations. She have won numerous international awards: Best Special Award Environmental Protect, Gold Award for Ecology, Gold Plaque, Gold Medal Teacher, International Diploma Environmental Protect Award, Phyto Natural Protect. Also, she had achieved exceptional results on international projects: Clean Up the Med and Beach Litter, Let's Do It, International Virtual Science Symposium, Legambient, World Walks for Water Erasmus. At the International Global Trainer Academy competition, students under her mentorship won a gold medal in the science category with the research paper Blue Flags on Our Beaches, and at the competition Building an Inclusive Future organized by IIU, a student under her mentorship won 3rd places. Congratulations. She's an international judge also in the Science and Technology category at the Global Trainer Academy, International Talents for Global Empowerment, and the Globe International Virtual Science Symposium. She regularly gives presentations at the county, state, and international level, like GTA, IIU, Globe, and Association Doza Screcia. For all of this, I want to congratulate you, not only for what you are doing on your personal side, but also what are you doing with your students. So a big round for applause for this person and also for her students, please.
Yes, big applause.
Oh my God. Thank you, Mikhail.
Welcome.
Mikhail,
Thank you very much for the
listen.
nice.
Never copy. Never copy no one. Competition. Listen, she is your concurrent in the same competitions. You know.
I know. I saw.
Yes. So take care of her.
Oh, thank you, Nada.
It's a
Thank
pleasure
you,
to meet
Michael.
the
It
opponent.
was very, very nice introduction for me. Thank you.
Welcome.
May I share the screen?
Yes.
Thank you. So, I'm sorry, but I must to say that my PowerPoint presentation will not be able to full screen because it was made in Croatian office. That's what the expert explained to me. I'm not expert, I don't know. Thank you for your understanding. First of all, I will say what the light pollution is. This is a change in the level of natural light night conditions caused by the emission of light from artificial light sources that has a harmful effect on human health and endangers traffic safety due to glare, direct or indirect radiation of light towards the sky, disrupts the life and migration of birds, insects, and other animals in the stars group of plants, endangers the natural balance, interference with professional and amateur astronomical observation of the sky, and unnecessarily consumes energy and distorts the image of the night night landscape. Since 2019, there is a law on protection against light pollution in Croatia. Here you can see components of light pollution. There are sky glow, brightening of the night sky over inhabited areas, light trespass, light falling where is not indeed or needed, glare, excessive brightness that causes visual discomfort, or clutter, bright, confusing, and excessive groupings of light sources. And then public safety. If the public, also private lighting is set incorrectly, then the light is so excessive and actually prevents the examination and control of detected object, and criminals actually facilitated your job. And then observation of the sky, like Los Angeles in efficiency was reduced by 89%. And people light pollution and a bad effect on the psyche of people and metabolism causing the disruption of biochemical processes in the body. It's, of course, it's hate. Energy consumption, incorrectly placed lighting bodies causes unnecessary waste of energy. In Croatia, environment lighting can save up. Reduction of traffic safety, the light emitted from incorrectly placed lighting bodies impacts driver vision and causes many accidents on the road. Extinction of species. Nocturnal lighting gives the impression of the day and interfere with daily activities, reproduction, feeding, migration. Cultural consequences. Disappearance of the night, the disappearance of the stars, beautiful songs and stories from ancient times, the beauty of heaven, biblical themes, our cultural treasures, a legacy of your ancestors, they are turned hazy, foggy, unreal, our memory. To the Greeks, Orion is a great hunter and the son of the Neptune, god of the sea, and an infant named Euryla. To the Egyptians, he is of Osiris, part of Egyptians' religion and worship. His rising also signaled the beginning of the new year. In this picture, we see how the correct lighting helps us to see the stars better. This picture. So the infographic illustrates the different compounds of light pollution and what good lighting looks like. Like this is the best. This year we celebrate 15 years of participation of our students in Globe at Night. Goals of the project are determine the degree of light pollution, check the changes in Labinsteiner over the past 15 years, type of lightning, inform the local and administration and the population of the results in order to take protective measures, continuously monitor the situation and carry out activities with the goal of education and improvement of the existing situation. Here you can see which protocols we used. They are on a clear March night in the constellation of Orion is located in our sky. Around 9 p.m. in the south direction, it is best to go to a dark place to locate Orion. Go out to the street, the square, in your place of residence, and try to locate the Orion again. And on the report list, mark the magnitude that corresponds your position. Complete the observer form, insert into the database. Methods, we choose Globe at Night protocols and Globe GPS protocols. Here we can see magnitude values, magnitude charts, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And magnitude values range from 0, you can see, are not visible, to 7, visible more than 8,000 stars. When looking at the sky, the darker the sky, the more distant stars you can see. Hence, the limiting magnitude is greater. This indicates less light pollution. This is our location where the students made your observations. The sky on each location is observed by 3 observers each year, and the mean values on magnitudes for constellation Orion are entered into the Globe at Night database. Also, geographical coordinates were determined. Here you can see 4 locations. This is Labin, Kershan, Sveta Nedelja, and Russia. This is 4 zones: urban, rural, touristic, and industrial. On this, this is description of location and geographical coordinates. It's my beautiful old town, Labin. They have 18,622 inhabitants, and nearby is also tourist resort Rabats. Russia, an old mining settlement with about 3,000 inhabitants. In the Most Russia, the Holcim cement plant are nearby. Sveta Nedelja, rural settlement, and Kershan also is a rural settlement, about 3,000 inhabitants. On this 15 maps, you can see how the number of measurements increased at all locations. You can see, and here this is 2020. More and more observations are held every year. There are more and more measurements with magnitudes less than 4. Mean value of magnitude from 2006 to 2020, the average amount of magnitude in Labin fell from 411 to 390. In Russia fell from 440 to 390. In Sveta Nedelja from 460 to 389. In Kershan from 460 to 331. The light pollution in area of Labin was highest in 2009 and lowest in 2014. And not only in town of Labin, but also in places places around in I'm sorry, I was discussion. Light pollution in the Labin region has increased in the past 5 years. Possible reasons are the explosion of construction of tourist and catering facilities in the Labin region, especially in rural areas, hotels, camps, and holidays homes, increasing the number illuminated access roads. The results show that the Labin region is moderately polluted, the sky over Istria, and just over the Labin region is mostly good sky. There are still black spots to think about and do everything to improve the situation. In the Republic of Croatia, a new law on protection against light pollution has been adopted in April 2019, which in addition to defining the problem for the first time gives the possibility to report light pollution to the state inspector using the form at the link. You can see this link. So we believe that more citizens will be involved to enable the solution of black spots and the reduction of light pollution. By regularly reporting to the local authorities on our results, we believe that we are also a small wheel in the changes, so we will continue to work actively in this program. And not only in the town of Labin, but also in places around Labin became new lightening in the street, on the street. Follow the UN resolution of 1992, which requires member states to preserve the night starry sky for present and future generations in its full beauty, to make the entire planet an area with preserved night and night starry sky, a place where the stars are seen. Croatia is a popular European tourist destination. Apart from the sea and the sun, could offer visitors unique starry night sky and preserve it is a natural heritage. Light pollution is a global issue with local solution. It's only parts of the work what we have in this competition. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, what an amazing work, presentation, speech. Dear Professor Oliveira, I'm really fascinated. I'm really fascinated with this light pollution of the sky above Labin, above Croatia. And yes, you show us, you go really deeply in your research. You show us all the consequences from the public safety, from the observation, from the people. For me, very interesting, this part of the cultural consequences. What are the goals of project? Yet, how, this is very interesting. You today give me for a big thinking. And you know, after this session, when I finish today, I will call you and you will again go with me and determine and show and answer me what is the degree of light pollution, how to check that changes, how to inform all the administration, how to make this pollution above the sky of my town. That is for
Nada, and
yes.
also all that may heard. You will find instruction on the Globe at Night internet page. You must only excuse me. You must only an internet globe at night, you can find all what you need, Nada.
Okay, but I need more. I want to see what it is, the consequences with the law. What areas can it cover?
You can make observation
Oh,
also with your students. It's
yeah.
it is not difficult.
Yes, yes, great. Light pollution is a global issue with local solutions. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, dear Professor Oliveira. Mikhail.
Thank you, Nada. Thank you, Mikhail. Thank you, IIU, for this opinion.
Thank you, IIU, because IIU is offering us this opportunity, this great platform to have this great and very important conferences. Thank you. Mikhail,
Thank
please,
you.
few words. Mikhail
Thank
need to say something also.
Okay. To be honest, it is an original project
Yes.
because, okay, I take part in some environmental project competition conferences and many talking about pollution, water, air, but not so many projects I saw about light pollution. I think I saw only one project in 4 years in national and international. So I think this type of problem can be also be viewed by more people because it's about light, which give us energy and a lot of things like that. And I think it's very important to understand the gravity of this problem. And congratulations for your study. And I'm thinking you are still involved, right?
Yes, yes, it
Of
is
course.
continue. It is continuing, not finished. Always. So we will see you can do it also in your country. Am I right, Oliveira?
Yeah, of course.
And you will help, and you will help him. Am I right?
Yes, of course. I will help. No
Okay.
problem.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck to evolve better and better than actual perfect.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. And now,
Thank you.
and now comes the time to see. Yes, our great Michael was yesterday moderating, commenting, being a chairperson today with me whole day, giving recommendations, giving his comments, giving his solutions. So now, dear Michael, it is your order to present your work. So we will see what will you show to us today.
Okay, so now it's my turn. I will share my screen.
Okay.
Okay, presentation. I will start my chronometer, 10 minutes. And okay. Okay.
Great.
So,
great.
Hello everyone. And I will try to give some more information about me. Okay, I'm student at University Polytechnic of Bucharest. I study computer science. I will be in the last year. All right. Some basic details about me. Okay, student. I have passions about traveling and science and also pluridisciplinarity because I think, okay, I learn math, I learn physics, but let's try to find which can mix this. But also I learned something about philosophy and also I learned something about biology. Why not to try to find something if we are putting in common? So, good points about me: perseverance, teamwork, and creativity. And one bad point, I have no problem to assume what I said, bad orientation in space. For example, when I should arrive to a point, also using GPS, sometimes, or maybe let's say often, I am a little bit late because I don't have a good orientation. Now, how all was beginning about me and science, let's say. All becoming from curiosity. Because, okay, science using physics and chemistry to see what is developing in the nature. Also curiosity, why I should learn geography, why I should learn history, and to try to find solution to my personal questions about existence, for example. Using this, also it was about myself, my persona, because I thinking I'm a competitive person, and I try to find solution to help people and also to try to arrive to the top using my own powers in a good role, let's say fair play. And not the least, since I was a child, I understand the notion of power of knowledge, because you know more, you become stronger. Because, okay, in science, you can find solutions, but also, let's say, I don't know, maybe social science, not only theoretical nature science. If you know legislation, if you know economic stuff, if you know, let's say also philosophy, you can compete with others on a specific problem, like in laws. Okay, my first international stage, when I started to take part in competitions, it was at iFest 2019 on the environmental field. I had a project about biomass. And why I choose this type of energy? Because, as I said previously, I like pluridisciplinarity. Because, okay, when you say biomass, it's not only about chemistry, it's also about physics, because as we can see in this picture, it's about how to build a mechanism which will generate energy. Also, it's about biology, because, okay, when you say biomass, bioenergy, you need something composition, and it's about the material. And not the least, okay, renewable energy, it sounds like a business. So using all this natural science, I achieve some business knowledge, some finance, to see if this project can be a good solution to my environmental. And it was a very interesting experience there, using multidisciplinarity, let's say, a word which were very common in these 2 days. After this, comes the pandemical period. And I'm thinking at home, what can I do in science? Because I don't have a labor, I don't have physical materials. And I'm thinking, the good, let's say, material to make some science is people. From here, I try to develop myself in the social science. And okay, social science, we are thinking about spirituality, but I study at university IT, computer science, and I try to find something in common about these types of things. And I try to find solutions using this. And I have some stuff, because I take part in competition using this type of ideas. And I using net telecommunications and the concepts about the power of yourself. And the project type, sorry, for the practical type, I take one patient, which I say traveling. I traveling a lot in the Erasmus Plus project, some more project. And I try to find something more practical. For this, I using a telecommunication topology with 4 departments, which is called quality and quantity of information, practice, personal development, and career. If it is a good connection between all of them, using one property in telecommunication, redundancy, which is means in case of failure, any of the other path is valid. So don't give up. It's about perseverance. You can have various rate of success. And it was very interesting for me to make this project. And I had some awards using this type of project. For example, here, I was again to the iFest this year, and I take using this type of project about networking and Erasmus project. I won golden medal. It was an interesting experience in my opinion. All right. Also, what I want to show, telecommunication, but the practical, it was about Erasmus project. Why this? Because, okay, I'm from Romania. I don't know how much in theoretical schools you make something practice, but in Erasmus Plus project, you can learn about practical stuff. For example, in this slide, I was in the project in Belgium where I learned about upcycling and recycling. So using renewable materials, we made toys, tables, houses, hotel for insects. And the first of them were donated after the project to the association which help poor people. So it was like a win-to-win contract because we learned about practical stuff, but also we help the community. Okay, some awards in the international level about social science field because now I'm still on here. Okay, it was golden medal in Tunisia. Also, only about social science practical about Erasmus last year in ISIF, Indonesia, silver medal, and not the least in Malaysia, it was bronze medal. As we can see, this was in June, this was in October, this was this year. So it was a ascendant evolution, which I'm very proud about this. Now about my Erasmus project experiences, I started with a topic very interesting, time management. I think for every person is a challenge to have an efficient management of time. The next one it was, which I specified in Belgium about recycling and upcycling when I learned about this stuff. Another one, it was about something more practical in social, global coaching, global justice and education in Sweden. Another one, it was in Lithuania, where I learned more about what is really means the volunteering. How can I help the community? Okay, if I'm not only in an association, but I can help using only myself. And another one, it was in Croatia, because yes, I was there in Zagreb, in Zadar. It was a training project about crowdfunding, because I'm thinking to the next thing. Okay, when people say crowdfunding, it's about how to take money. But also, you can try to take from the others in a legal stuff, some advices or some materials which can help to your work, to your research, and also you can achieve your dreams. Yes. So why I want to take part in all of these conferences, in all of these competitions? Because I see all of them like a challenge. Because every time I want to develop myself to become better and better than actual perfect. I'm sorry that I repeat it all of these days, but I want to say it is like my personal code. Another thing, it's about academical environmental. Okay, I'm studying at university, but in my opinion, in Romania, is not so developed the level of competition. It's more developed about how to become a great worker. But also it's important to make some brainstorming, to develop also your social part. Not the least about interesting topics, because, okay, today I learned more and more about digitization. Also, I learned about gamification. I learned about knowledge management. Yesterday, I learned about yoga and another things. So I think it's very important for the general knowledge. And not the least, new perspective from the others, because everyone, okay, as a feedback to all of these two sessions, everyone was very interesting and, let's say, unique in their field, because from everyone I take something which I think it will help me myself in the future. Sametov, if you want to contact me, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, on something new for me, LinkedIn. And thank you for your audience. And that's all. If you have questions, I'm ready to answer.
Wow. Bravo, Michael. Bravo. And now, very, 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 for me, interesting when you say Erasmus plus Croatia. You was in the capital town and you were at the sea in Zadar, and you were learning about the crowdfunding. Yes, in Croatia, we have that sense for the money, you know. So great place to learn a lot about that, about how to have more money, because each one wants to today have more money. But that, listen, but
To be productive, let's say.
yes, but we know today what money. What will you do if you have 1 million today? If you get 1 million today, what will you do with 1 million?
So about this question, I think, okay, some I will try to help myself. With another part, I will try to help. It's not a joke, the community.
Because you say that you are helping the poor. So I'm sure that you will, as I, give more to the poor than left to yourself. Am I
Yeah,
right?
helping the community, yes.
Okay. But listen, please close your presentation. And now I have a special person who will give a feedback on your work. Today,
Okay.
only for you, our great Dr. Cornelie Birtok Banaesa from your country. He was yesterday our great speaker. He's coming from Polytechnica University of Timisoara, the engineering faculty of Hunadora, and his life quote is, "Be stupid and follow your dream." Dear Dr. Cornelia, thank you for coming, for joining us today, for being with us, and for our Mikhail today to give a feedback, comments, recommendation, solution on his work.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. Yes, I recognize that I followed Michael last 2 years. I saw a young student appearing on Facebook, participating in all kind of exhibition and contest. And I must say that I'm very impressed because it has very diverse thinking. I like that it's obvious that it's a multidisciplinary guy, because he look and it has first to research and innovate, and it's very good for us. I think that in the few years he can become a very good professor, because we need professor in the new from the new era, because we need people to be creative and people that do something. And the Mihai is a very, very good example for young people. And I want to congratulate you, Mihai, because your approach, your presentation was very, very good, very consistent, and very real. And I hope that you never stop researching and participate in the more and more like this conference. And also I must congratulate IIU and Professor Nada for this extraordinary conference, because it's very, very good. Many have access to this extraordinary presentation, and we can learn from the example, because the power of example is very, very valuable today in this world. Once again, congratulations, Mihai. You are very good, and be stubborn and follow your dream. Thank you very much.
You see, Michael, what beautiful words Dr. Cornelia gives to you.
Thank you very much. It's
Especially
an
he,
honor to hear all of this from you. A
yeah.
treasure.
Michael, you see, today I like surprises. I like always surprises. So I think that you didn't accept that he will come today to listen you. Am I right?
Yes, it was a big surprise for me.
Great, 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 because I love this. Why are you taking a part in all of this? Because of the challenge, because of your academical environment, because you want to know more interesting topic and you want to get new perspectives from others. So I'm sure these 2 days, as you said, knowledge management, digital transformation, digitalization, uh, what you say else here, what was, yesterday, yoga, meditation. So that is the aim of this type of conferences, learning, sharing the knowledge. Bravo, bravo, Michael.
Thank you very much.
Now,
And also congratulations to everyone.
yes, yes to everyone. But we have our Dr. Simeon was having a problem. Dr. Simeon, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here, ma.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, please, Dr. Simeon is coming from Nigeria. Dr. Simeon, we see that you don't have a good network, so I will not talk a lot. Please start with your speech.
Okay. Good afternoon. Uh, I am Dr. Simeon Peter Olusho from Nigeria. Actually, today I was on transit, but I will quickly use my phone where I am so that I can do a little presentation based on this program. Firstly, we are dealing with multidisciplinary scientific research on new innovations. My own innovation we are working on is on climate change solution, and I would like to present something as the climate solution experts. So working on is based on research as well, like 40 years of research, and have the outcome of this problem and challenges that the global world is facing as we are speaking now. So we are facing a lot of issues, but at least we are developing, we're coming up with solution, and this actually with each and every one of us. So, the solution is here. So I want to quickly share a page based on the solution that we are actually working on. I don't know, is my page visible?
Your page is not visible. Please don't share nothing. Please talk because I'm sure it's not visible.
Okay, because of time. Okay, sir. Okay,
No,
let me
no,
proceed.
no, for me, time is never a problem, but I try to share, but I think it's not good by the mobile.
By the mobile, okay, yeah, exactly.
No good, no good. It doesn't mean nothing for us by the mobile. It will be very small, so please, you can talk. We will listen you
okay, no problem. Let me proceed. Now, we came up with a solution to this climate problem that we are having. And came up with is research, a result of many years of research on how can we solve the problem of climate and reduce carbon emission from the atmosphere. No, due to all this fossil burning of fuels, things like that, we have polluted the our own company, we call it we may to carbon zero. Now, and what are we bringing out? We came up with a tri-hybrid nanotechnology machine, which has a triple function. It has a triple function. And what is the triple function it will be working on? The first function is that it will first capture carbon and substances from the atmosphere. So wherever we apply it, be it in the community or wherever we apply it, its function is to capture toxic chemical substances like all these hydrogen ions, carbon, and so on and so forth. So it will capture it. What is it doing with it? It's going to synthesize the carbon and the chemical substances, now generating molecular oxygen in the atmosphere. We plant it. And this plant is so powerful to the extent that it can favor a whole community of 100 households. Position it in a particular community, it is going to the carbon and chemical substances that is hindering people's life or disturbing the atmosphere in that area. To capture it, then to release in return. There will be a kind of equilibrium between man and the machine. Like we human breathing out carbon dioxide and we are breathing out molecular oxygen. So the machine will the carbon dioxide from us and it will be releasing molecular oxygen. That's what planting of a tree should do to each and every one of us. That's the work that the planting of a tree is supposed to do. But we are come up because we discovered that most of the environment, there is no tree. Place no more trees. And the little trees in the city, in other places, they cannot enough oxygen that is capable of sustaining human life. So that is why we came up with the nanotechnology system, and as a result of research. Then the section of this same machine is going to capture water from thin air. It's going to capture water in air from the cloud. So it will capture water. So when it captures water, the same machine is synthesizing the water and producing a natural carbonated drinking water in return for the community. And we believe that if everyone, and the water is not only meant for human consumption, it's also very good for agricultural growth. So it will reduce the climatic change and climatic problem that is affecting the farm, the plants in the farms. So it is applicable for agricultural purposes, and it's also applicable for human. So this nanotechnology is doing that as the second function. And the last function, which is the third one, that's what we call it a tri-hybrid nanotechnology. The third function we're doing is to generate green energy. So it generates energy with the use of wind turbine, then coupled with some solar parts that we are going to assemble together in wherever we are positioning the technology. So the power is so powerful enough to the extent that it can power 1,400 households per community. So the same way it can give water to 1,400 households per community as well, it can capture and capture carbon, capture chemical substances from the atmosphere, and release molecular oxygen to that we cater for 1,400 households per community. So those are the three important, which is not limited to three, but that is the three basic functions of our technology as a result of the new innovation that we came up with. So we are working. I'm representing our foundation. This is it. Foundation is headquartered in Dubai. So, and I am the vice president of the foundation actually, and I'm representing the African countries as well. So presently we are launching the first the first implementation in South Africa, and there are also ongoing projection and delegation in India as well. So now, what are we doing now with our technology? We are trying to solve the climate problem, which practically most other solutions are yet to solve in the world. With this, we can reduce untimely death from humans. And you know, once they are breathing in the right substances, molecular oxygen, then it will elongate the life of human being across. And another thing is that once we implement our projects anywhere in the world, it is taking us to carbon, not zero carbon, carbon zero. That's what we call it, because we still need some amount of carbon in the atmosphere. But we call it way to carbon zero. That's way it, because why? It will reduce the normal content and the excess content of carbon, and not only carbon as well. I told us before that toxic substances that are present in the atmosphere, it will take it off. The thing is that on our products, on our program, our project, we are going to is community. Our project is community-based project, which is for employment. 1,400 households need 1,400 validators. That means we're going to be employing them in that community, which are going to implement the project. Thereby reduce poverty rates and reduce hunger as well. Because we are reducing hunger, we are reducing poverty rate. And in addition to that, our program is going to make a rural environment become a city in no time. Because apart from that, we are going to empower the rural community so that they will be the owner of the technology, and they can store energy for our energy generation module. They can store energy for sale. They can store energy for profit for their community and country entirely. So, and in addition to that, all our projects is without subsidy. It's without subsidy. So that is part of the research we are presently working on. And in fact, we've gone beyond the research. We've already gotten to the level of the project implementation. So the first one is coming up in South Africa, probably between in this month and early month. So that is the condition we are working on and making to solve the problem of climate change the entire world. We are also calling on more researchers, funders to also in getting fund or raising funds. We thank that we are crossing that particular bridge presently, and actually our products don't actually require much fund than a takeoff fund, because the product will sell itself. But the issue is that we are still inviting more researchers, more scientists to also do their own quota, contribute their own quota of climate change, so that in the 2030 we will have gotten more than enough solution to this climate problem. The climate is not actually having problem itself. We are having problem, because the climate can normally adjust itself. But it is we human beings that we are in danger. We need to save humanity by rising up to solve this particular problem. Because if not, especially in African countries and more underdeveloped countries, they will survive the problem that the climate may cause in the future. So this is our contribution, and I would like to say thank you very much to Professor Nada and IIU and everything for this opportunity given to me to be able to do my little presentation. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir.
You know very much, sir, that someone else will not call you. Where are you? Come here, please. Will you talk? So great, great speech. We hope you are giving a big contribution in your country, Nigeria, in Africa. We know your work, we know what you're doing, we know how many new solutions. So we are really grateful and we for your work. Keep doing a great work
Thank you.
in the field because that is only the way. How can you help to your country, to your nation? And that is your contribution, not only the national level and on the global level. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mikhail, please, do you have some comments to something to say for our Dr. Simeon?
Okay. Maybe it become like a stereotypical thing, but congratulations again. And it was very interesting, your free speech. I like it more that freestyle, let's say.
Yes.
And the topic about environmental, I think is very, very important. It doesn't matter which country it is. And for this, I want to wish you good luck to find solution efficiently. Yes.
Great.
Thank
So, Mikhail, we are still not finished. Almost 5 hours will be very soon, 5 hours of our conference. But please call our next speaker.
All right. So the next speaker, it is Mr. Jamal Pirzada from Pakistan. And research scholar or teacher, assistant director on human resources management, contract basis, research scholar in human resources management. He have 6 years of professional experience as a team leader and impact assessment of community development and the corporate sector. Exceptional skills in cross-cultural issue and capacity enhancement and social development. So I'm honored to call on the IIU stage Mr. Jamal Pirzada from Pakistan. Please, your stage is yours.
Hello, hi everyone. Good evening, good afternoon. I'm Jamal Pirzada from Pakistan.
Welcome.
Yes, I hope that you all are fine. I was listening all the research scholars from different nations, from different area of research. Today I want to present my research paper. So it is visible for all the participants.
Yes, it is.
Yes. So I have lots of research paper in last couple of years, and right now and recently I have published another research paper in top tier Scopus and Web of Sciences research journals. So my research paper basically focus on ethical leadership, effect of ethical leadership and ethical climate on corporate social responsibility and firm performance, a mediate model. Basically, actually, I am a person from the management science field. I have done my MPhil and right now I'm doing PhD in management science, especially the area I focus on the leadership, organizational psychology, corporate social responsibility, organizational citizenship behavior, and digitalization, knowledge economy, climate change. These type of the topics I want to cover and I have covered since I started my career as a researcher. Basically, I focus on leadership. Leadership, one of the hot topic in all area, all aspect, all around the world. I have observed that after the post-pandemic, we have faced acute problem, especially in political, social, climatical, and especially I personally feel that the education. So we need to leadership who build a strong platform for everyone. Actually, I basically focus on my area of research is targeted to the telecommunication sector and digital economy, or you can say the knowledge economy. So digital economy or digitalization, one of the very acute issue right now, as well as climate change. So climate change, digital economy, cyber security, and the obviously online systems also affected due to the different type of the barriers. Right now, I am presenting my research paper recently published. That particular research paper is focused on telecommunication sector in Pakistan. I have collected the data from all around the Pakistan, or 4 provinces, or you can say the 4 states in Pakistan. So, in that particular data, the ratio of this study almost shows that the 415 people or 460 participants participate involved in that particular research, and that research basically focus on how leadership and climate or organizational culture affect on corporate social responsibility and organizational performance, and with the mediating model. So in my research, I have observed and found through the survey or data. So I found that there is a desperate need of leadership with have ethical moral values. And you know that the morality, ethics play a vital role to promote a good culture, either in the organization or all around the world or whole nation. So that in my research, basically, I particular focus on the leadership and the culture, how affect these both are independent variable on corporate social responsibility. And you know that the business ethics play also a critical or vital role to promote the organizational brand or good image in the customer image, and firm performance also affect through the organizational culture as well as the ethical leadership. So in telecommunication sector, we have faced lots of problem, especially after the post-pandemic. We desperately need our online system. We need a online e-governance through the organization, and we need work from the home. These type of the issue we face after the post-pandemic, and then leadership play a huge role. It is a make and break time for all around the world. We desperately need a digital economy, digital system. We need a digital governance all around the world. And we know that the Western world, Latin America, America, Asia, Far East Asia, Middle East, and Africa, North Africa, South Africa, these all part of the world focus on the digitalization and digital economy, and telecommunication sector play a vital role because we all are connected through the telecommunication sector, and internet play a huge role. So that's why the leadership and climate organizational culture promote this type of the activities, especially in the telecommunication sector. And obviously the social responsibility is one of the hot topic nowadays. So we know that the globalization, especially diversity, climatical change, cybersecurity, and education, health, these all type of the activities affect badly after the post-pandemic and during the post-pandemic. And then we desperately realize that the corporate social responsibility play a huge role through the different CEOs or owners from the different part of the world. And we know that the different part of the world are try to connect and try to reform the policies through the governments. And we know that the UNO and UNICEF and UNDP, this type of the platform also focus on the social responsibility, and social responsibility also a huge impactful factor in our society. Then the firm performance, obviously organizational performance is one of the major issue, and I can say that everyone focus on the performance, and without performance we can't say this type of the activity we can perform effectively. And the performance prove that we have a good roadmap, or we have a good goal to achieve our target. So obviously the performance also affect due to the different reasons, especially climatical change, cyber security, pandemics, and these type of the issues, diversity and cultural bending and mixture of cultures. These type of the activities also exist in our societies and in our world. So obviously the performance also play a huge role. So in the end, I must say that the leadership play a pivotal role all around the world. Either we are here in South Asia, or we are in Latin America, Middle East, or Far East, or we can say Africa, all around the world. We need a leadership who have ethics, morals, norms, values, these type of things. We try to connect through these things, and that is our only solution for the leadership to focus on ethics. And ethical leadership also play huge role, especially in digital economy, in the era of digitalization. So that's all about my research paper, and I hope that you all are uh, try to suggest me for further research. And I really thankful to Professor Dr. Nada Rokovic from Croatia, the IIU research director. Specifically, I thankful to Mr. Piyush Pandit, a founder of IIU, who gave us a chance to connect through this particular platform. And Mr. Mikhail from Romania, he has done a wonderful, marvelous job. And as a moderator, I really enjoy, and I focus on different type of the research, or social sciences, management sciences, or you can say that the political sciences, or computer sciences. These all the peoples from different area of research perform and present his research over here. It is very good platform to showcase our talent, our experience, our knowledge, our opinion, and exchange our ideas in that particular platform. I really thankful to all the people from different part of the country, professors, academician, researcher, professionalist, and educationalist, socialist. I really admire with your work, and I try to learn these things, even though I personally feel that the learning is lifelong processes. And I personally believe that through learning we can achieve our target. Through learning we believe in humanity, and humanity, in my perspective, greater than all these things. Thank you. Thank you.
Big clap there, respected Yamal Pirzada. An amazing research. Amazing research on the topic, the effect of ethical leadership and ethical climate on corporate social responsibility and firm performance and mediated model. Great, amazing, a wonderful research. We are very thankful to you, to you presenting us this, because today we are talking about the leadership. What is the effect? And first, we need to know what it means to be an ethical leader and what impact it is on the climate, on the environment, and yes, CSR, corporate social responsibility, corporate social responsibility in our life, in our firms, in everything what we are doing. I'm sure this, your mediated model, will be helpful not only for your country, Pakistan, but it will be very useful each worldwide on the global level, because this is for me and not for me, for all, the very important topic, a very important field, and you really covered all, and you show what are the problems and you give your solutions how to solve this problem. And yes, this mediated model is an amazing. Thank you very much. And yes, thank you. Yesterday our great Yamal was moderating yesterday. Today I get him a little rest, because he also is working hard. He had a lot of lectures. He was with us whole time, listening, learning. But I was waiting to him to present his great research paper. And I want to read our great Dr. Sovik had for you. He said, really, a big applause for the moderator of the conference. Yes, for Yamal, for Mikhail, for me, and for efforts for this 5 hours. Really, we gave our efforts for this 5 hours, and yes, it is not a problem. It is not a problem. If we need, we will go more 5 hours because I really didn't feel that the time goes because learning, that is our mission. Vision. We want knowledge. We want more knowledge. And if you ask us, academicians, researchers, science, the scholars, what are our wishes? Our wishes is always the knowledge. And yes, we had here today an amazing academicians, researchers, science. From the beginning, we were listening, we were learning. Great topics. Each one was special. Each one was a unit. From the bottom of my heart, I'm thankful to each one. I'm thankful to our great founder, Sir Piyush Pandit, for giving us this opportunity, for giving me the opportunity to lead this big IIU research center because we are coming very soon with new projects, with new events, with new works. Today, you don't know, I get more than, I can say freely, more than 20 new ideas this 5 years. Yesterday, 4 hours being here, listening, commenting, and etc. So, dear Michael, please, will you give the vote of thanks today?
Okay, sure. So, so it was an amazing and unique event by International Internship University IIU Research Center. It's my privilege to give vote of thanks. First and foremost, I would like to thank our eminent great academicians, researchers, scientists, students, scholars, keynote speakers, special guests on your valuable time and enriching us with their thoughts. No words to express my gratitude to all of you for the day. You are all amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you, Team IIU, for being so supportive. The person behind the success of today's event, who is continuously guiding us, motivating us to put in our best. Yes, our dear founder and CEO of IIU, Peyus Sir. Words are not sufficient to express our heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for being a part of our joint conference. It's my honor.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Please, you who are here on the Zoom, please open your camera. I want to see you all. Professor Dr. Bino, by presenting, we didn't see you. So now let me pin you a little because our will ask who is that Professor Dr. Binu. So I will little pin you to each one to see you. It was a great speech. It was a great research. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all participants. So as I said, we are coming very soon with new projects, with new conferences, with new events. Every day at IIU, we have great training sessions. Tomorrow, don't miss tomorrow's event because tomorrow is an award ceremony. Award ceremony for the educators, for the principals, for the directors. So be part of this great award ceremony. After that, we are coming with the ICC conferences by our great Vice Chancellor, Corina Sujdea, the project director. And then you will see soon we are coming with big second International Sustainable Development Goals Conference. We will lead it through the days. We will go each day one SDG. So stay tuned with us because IIU, International Internship University, is offering you, as we said, more than 1,000+ courses with more than 1,000+ educators. And as you see yesterday, today, and each day, we, for us and for our founder and for IIU, the education is on the first place. Yes, IIU is a revolution and be a revolution with IIU. Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us all the time. I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful for this amazing event. Thank you.
Thank you, dear.
We didn't see you. Please open your camera.
Yes, you see me.
Yes,
Oh.
we see you now. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Olivera. Thanks to thank you all. Chemistry, really amazing, brilliant project. Tonight I'm going to see what can I learn about that sky.
You can see Orion.
Yes, yes, thank you. Okay, till our next event, stay safe, stay blessed, and build a bright future with IIU. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
God bless you, Nada. Bye.
Bye.